You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel. One, two, three.
Yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. Here we go. It's happening. We'll get out, Bubba, get down, and get Skyjack Morgan. Yeah, woohoo! All right, baby doll. It's happening. Little girls, little boys, everybody, kings and queens, and everybody in between. What's the deal and how you feeling? Drop an emoji in the chat. Let me know how you doing out there. You don't have to be a loner, but you do have to be a rebel.
Mixed up with a guy like me.
Oh, no.
I'm a loner, Daddy.
I'm a rebel.
Rebel.
Okay. Here we go. Starting a little late because I had to unlock some achievements today, baby. I'm unlocking achievements up in this. It's the news with Skyjack Morgan. The bright and early knew it down. Oh, we're checking tattoos of candidates. That's right. All right, we're going to start out crazy today because it's getting late in the day. Ow! Hey, everybody, welcome to the show. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator and free speech and critical thinking advocate. Tonight, I am a coffee addict as well. Please drop a penny in the pot, please. I'm begging for cash for coffee. It's coffee cash. Please, buy me a coffee. I only buy beans. I buy the beans. I support local brewers if I had any money. And soon, today, I unlocked a new achievement. I successfully wired money to a title company without being a victim of wire fraud. I didn't. I got warned a lot. Don't Don't get caught with wire fraud. Oh, they're fraud. They're defrauding you. Be careful out there. Be careful. Man, then they're like, the bank is like, did you do this? Are you sure? Call us right away if you did. Oh, if you didn't do that. Oh my gosh. It actually makes me feel a little bit better that, every time you send money now, they're like, are you sure? Is that you? It's kind of good. I guess if you kill me and knew all my passwords and have my phone, maybe. No, you still have my fingerprints, right? I don't know. There's so many things now. I put my fingerprint in the computer. My phone is asking me questions. I'm putting in passwords. It's like, God, it's like breaking into Fort Knox over here. In the old days, we just wrote a check and prayed. We just prayed. We wrote a check and then we prayed to Jesus. Please, Jesus, please don't let somebody steal my banking information off the bottom of my check and somehow forge my signature and steal my identity. I mean, that's the type of shit that we used to do back in the day. If someone had your social security card and your driver's licenses, you were over. It was over for you. It was done. Nowadays, they're like, are you sure? No, it's because you are so broke and they are like, what? He doesn't have that kind of money. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. They're like, huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? It's pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Yeah, it's funny. I'm so broke. In order to put the earnest money on the house, I had to borrow money against my house so that they give me money in hard cash lender. And then I had to, so first I got to get the hard cash from a hard cash lender. And then I got to take that as against, put them on the title, put a title hold. And then I could go pay the other title company with that money. Woo, it's complicated. I feel like this is my first big, I'll tell you what, I've been going through a funk. I realized that, confidence is everything. In the old days, when I was just rambling, I'm just a rambling man at the end of the day. I'm a rambler. And I've been all over the world, lived all over these countries, lived all over the world, lived in so many different countries. And I just flew by the seat of my pants. I had all the confidence in the world. And it's like the more trappings that you acquire, the more trapped you are. And so I end up having to okay, I've got to do this and move this shell over here and do this. It's like I'm playing a video game and I'm doing the puzzles. Maybe video games really do prepare you for real life. Maybe people are wrong. People are just wrong. Maybe, like Zelda, you got to put this box over here and you got to jump on this thing and then use this tool to do that. And then you got to also go as this guy for the fairy dust and put the fairy dust in the bottle, but you don't have a bottle. So you got to go get the bottle from this guy and put it over here. It's Kafka-esque. It's Kafka-esque is what it is. It's Kafka-esque. Anyway, this is my first big grown-up move, because in the old days, I mean, I've been a grown-up for a while, but I just hey, I'm moving to Taiwan. What are you gonna do there? I don't know. We're figuring it out. I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can fall in love. You're what? Yeah, I'm a romantic. I want to go fall in love in Taiwan. All right. Where are you staying? I'm not really sure. What about all your stuff? I'm gonna keep it in my mom's garage for a second, and I have a storage unit. I have a storage unit. That's what I did. I had a storage unit in San Clemente, California, and I moved to Taiwan. Well, I moved to Japan and Taiwan. Yeah. What are you gonna do with all your stuff? There's someone else that's gonna put a lock on it and see if it can hope no one steals it while I'm gone. Just put it in a box and I'm gonna lock it. I put my expensive stuff with my mom. That's what I did back in the day. Yeah, it's bullshit is what it is. It's a lot of bullshit. It's a lot. The older you get, the more bullshit they put on you. It was so fun, right? Just keep shit at my buddy's house. Yeah, the old days, you just kept shit at your buddy's house. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to Georgia to Tennessee, I thought. Memphis or something. Yeah, it's so funny. It's it used to be hey, I was going to keep my speakers and my computer at my buddy's house. I still have a buddy with a guitar. I still have a buddy that I barely ever talk to, who's just holding a guitar for me, and he's been holding it for 10 years. It just sits in his house, and every once in a while I'm like, you still got that guitar? He's like, yeah, I still got it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna send a guy to get the guitar, and he's like, okay, let's make plans for you to come pick it up. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then it never happens, but he's got it. He also has a kayak of mine. I figure I'm gonna let him keep the kayak. He likes to kayak, and I haven't been around a river in a long time, but I miss those days. Now it's like, oh, I have a mover. I had a mover come over to the house, and he's like, "Is this going? Is this going?" He's like, in a. It's going to cost you thousands of dollars. Don't worry, it's all just make believe. No big deal. Yeah, CD, TV. When I left the Bay Area, I gave my friend a Case Logic book. Remember those books, that Case Logic books, and you open it up, it's like 50 pages of 4 discs, and you've got these big, and it's just CDs, and you're going through it like it's the Bible. Hocus Pocus, no. Dusk Till Dawn soundtrack, maybe. Crystal Method, yeah, Crystal Method, yes. Oh, yeah, let's go. It's funny that it used to be. I left that. He still has it. Last time I saw him, he still has that book of CDs of mine that I left with him ages ago. And he's got books of mine that I thought he still has them. Good for him. I don't think I'll ever collect them, but I have books and records and CDs all over the world that I've just left with friends. I'll come get them someday, everybody. One of these days. I'm never coming for that shit. It's yours now. Please keep it forever. Don't give it away to Goodwill. And we only pay for the rental car. That's it. I like that. You still help your friends move? Man, a friend of mine yesterday, he's like, do you want me to move? You want me to drive with you to Albuquerque? And I was like, yeah, if you want to go. He's like, because he edits shows, like TV shows on TV. He's an editor for shows on TV. And he's like, well, between shows, I got all the time in the world. I got all sorts of shit I can do. I got plenty of time because I'm not editing until they film that shit. So they put these editors on ice. Kind of wish they would edit YouTube videos for me, but he hates editing YouTube videos. He only likes editing TV shows. Okay, fine. But he's talking about maybe he'll drive with me out to Albuquerque. That'd be fun. Just having a buddy driving out to Albuquerque with me would be kind of nice, rather than just me listening to Peter Kropotkin the whole time out there. Yeah. Anyway, we got to run. I'm speaking of adulting. My car also has we have a recall on your flux capacitor. We have a recall on your flux capacitor. It looks like. You want that replaced? I'm like, yeah, yeah, sure. It's free, right? Yeah, it's free. We're gonna replace that shit for you. Make sure your car runs forever. It's a Honda. All right. So I gotta go take that. It's amazing. I'm feeling so. But anyway, I'm feeling like a newfound bit of confidence after everything. I feel like I'm finally getting my mojo back. I'm getting that mojo working. I'm getting my mojo working. Are we in a simulation? We might be. Did you see that they found an emerging thing within Claude's reasoning? No, I heard something about the ramblings. That chip guy, you can always call in and tell me it is, in fact, a call-in show. Just so everybody knows, this is a call-in show. This is a call-in show. Yes, it is. Let me make sure I'm spelling the words correctly. This is a call-in show. Nice. This is a call-in show. Can you believe it? You guys say only 50% of you think that we should have 50. Only 50% of you think that we should have checked everyone's, which I think we should check everyone's tattoo. I think we should force every politician to strip naked. We'll inspect their genitals so that we can tell what gender they are. We will inspect their tattoos to see if they have any secret party affiliations, if you know what I mean. Graham Platner, I know that's not a tattoo, a pregnant dog. I know that was an old Nazi tattoo. We're going to strip them. We're going to just get an inspection going, man. We're just going to inspect these politicians. They keep on telling us they got something they ain't got, or they got something they don't, or they don't got something they do got. Sick and tired of it. A constructed simulation. Let's see.
President Trump has made no secret of how much he loves his new jumbo jet that was gifted to him by the Qatari government.
I love my new Qatari jet. I love it so much.
But he didn't ride it yesterday. He decided he wasn't going to ride. He's like, I love it, but I'm going to let the troops look at it. I want the troops to look at my jet. So he didn't actually take the jet yesterday, which is weird because, like, is there really, let me get this right. Donald Trump, you took the jet over to Ankara, but now you're not going to use it and you want them to fly it to someplace else, I think Germany or someplace, so that the troops can look at your 747. Am I supposed to believe that the troops, these guys fly around in like those crazy double prop helicopters, whatever those things are called? Are those, what are they called? Chinooks? Are those called Chinooks? I don't know. Those crazy double prop helicopters. Those things are so cool. I used to think in G.I. Joe, I thought those helicopters were cool. I think they're called Chinooks. I don't know. What's that double prop helicopter called? What are those big troop movement double prop helicopters called? Double prop helis. What is it called? Does anybody know? I don't know what it's called. A tandem rotor, a Chinook. It's a Chinook. I was right. A CH-47, a Boeing CH-47, a Chinook. We like calling things after. Yeah, a Chinook. I just want to expect. Yeah, the CH-47. Those are cool. Those are Chinooks, right? And they're loud, right? They're so cool, though, man. Like, you got to be honest. Like, as a boy growing up, you're like, I kind of want to join the military. Because you want to kill people, boy? You want to go over there and kill brown people? No, I just think it's cool. You guys got helicopters with double propellers, man. It's fucking cool. I want to ride in one of those. I'll never ride in one of those. I've always wanted, I think that's why Tom Cruise wants to do his own stunts all the time. He's not because he's like got a death wish or something. He just likes riding around in cool shit, flying cool airplanes. Like, if you got a lot of money, don't you want to fly a cool airplane? Anyway, Donald Trump's not flying around in his jet for some reason, and I think it's suspect, a little sus.
Okay, we are continuing to monitor the fallout from Graham Platner suspending his campaign for Senate. His decision follows a wave of calls for him to drop out of the race. Literally, nobody in elected office is defending Graham Platner right now. That is, except for the president of the United States.
God, that purple. Jesus. I don't know. I think she's so beautiful. She needs to just wear green. She looks so good in green. Every other time they try to put these other colors on her. Maybe it's the hair or something. It's always just like, she looks like the Joker in a purple. She looks like the joke. She looks like Heath Ledger right now. Like, why so serious, Psaki? Why, Jen Psaki? Why so serious?
Well, so we won the primary, right? It's very hard for them to do. It's really a question of whether or not you believe the woman. A lot of people say big falsehoods.
Of course, Donald Trump will never miss an opportunity to defend a rapist. Nobody's defending Graham Platner right now except for Donald Trump. Donald Trump's like, maybe you don't believe the women. There's some lying bitches out there. What the fuck? Like, how do I live in a world where Donald Trump is protecting Graham Platner? Do you believe her? I don't believe her. Maybe somebody's lying about Graham Platner, You gotta give him a shot. Hear him out. Boys will be boys after all. What was she wearing? Lots of people lie. At least he's consistent on this. At least Donald Trump is consistent on this one thing. I'm really proud of him. He always defends pedophiles and rapists. How is this even a thing? How is this possible?
People say big falsehoods. There you go, from the mouth of Donald Trump. Now, just last month, Trump was calling Platner a thug and the worst human being that's ever run for office.
He was a thug until I found out that he was in the club. Therapist club. He's in therapist club. Sir, that's the rapist club. The rapist club. He's in the rapist club. I never knew that he was in my club. I thought he was in therapy, but no, he's in the therapist club. The rapist club.
But it seems the president has never met a sexual assault allegation he didn't want to question. And those bizarre comments come on the heels of a rough 48 hours for the president of the United States, who has been facing humiliation after humiliation. I mean, today, a federal court officially ordered that $5 million of Donald Trump's money be released to E. Jean Carroll, who successfully sued Trump.
I don't believe her. She's so not my type. She's not my type. My favorite thing about the E. Jean Carroll, I don't know if you guys know this. My favorite thing about E. Jean Carroll is when he's like, she's ugly, she's a dog, I don't like her, I would never fuck her. With your dick, I wouldn't fuck her. Fuck her, I never did. And he's like, who's this in the picture? That's my beautiful wife, Marla. She's so gorgeous. Oh, man, she was such a looker back then. Actually, that's E. Jean Carroll, the person you just called a dog. Oh. And the look on his face, the fact that that is on camera, calling E. Jean Carroll a dog. She's not my type. I would never fuck her. I would never do anything with her. Who's this woman that you're standing next to in the picture? That's my beautiful wife. She's so gorgeous back then. My God, we had some good memories. She was a looker. No, that's the girl. That's the woman you said was a dog that you would never touch. It really is beautiful. It's beautiful. At least Trump is consistent on this one thing. He's not consistent on anything else, but he will defend pedophiles and rapists.
For defamation. In a blistering order, the judge wrote, quote, defendant has been stalling this case for years. A jury unanimously concluded that he sexually abused and defamed plaintiff and awarded her damages accordingly. It is time for him to do equity and pay the judgment. Also today, another federal judge rejected Trump's efforts to put his name back on the Kennedy Center, a loss that we know humiliates Trump because his administration has left a tarp over the place where his name used to be, as if that tarp means his name is actually still there, and who knows what they are telling him in there, we don't know. Now, on top of all of that, Trump faced even more humiliation today when his so-called peace negotiations with Iran fell completely apart. Who could have seen that one coming? All of us. The U.S. has launched multiple new rounds of
What are you, Laura Ingraham over here? Who could have seen that? All of us. Fuck you, Jen Psaki.
My problem with guns is I don't buy either side's arguments completely, right? So my
friend Chip sent me this. He thought it was funny. What do you guys think? This problem with guns. What do you think? I think this is, I forget this guy's name. Is this Ari? I forget this guy's name.
conservative argument is that guns are written in the Constitution because the founding fathers thought if all the citizens have guns, then the government will have to do what they say, or else the people will rise up and fight the government, right? Which is a legitimately great idea in the 1700s. But
in the 1700s, what a great idea! Have everyone have guns so that you can make sure the government minds their P's and Q's in the 1700s. But today,
thinking that at some point they may need to take on the American military, and they think they have a shot, right? Which is why I'm proposing we test their theory and once a year have a head-to-head showdown.
This is the thing that always bothers me. I know it's just a joke, but with humor, it's like, but you hear this type of argument all the time. Well, you could never stand a chance against the United States government because after all, he's going to make a joke that they'll just send a drone and kill all of you at once. That's the joke. You can't really do anything about it. But it's not true. Afghanistan, they all had guns and they embarrassed a superpower and kicked us out of their country. Did they lose a lot of men, women, and children? Yes. Yes, they did. Did they win? Yes. Yes, they won. Did it take them 20 years? Yes. But they were such pains in the asses that it took 20 years to embarrass a superpower. And then we ran. These colors don't run. Yes, they do. We cut and run from Afghanistan. Vietnam, they had an armed populace. We had bombs from the sky and everything else, but they had armed citizens. Guess what? Took 10 years that time to embarrass a superpower, and then we ran. Now, what about our own government? It's even better. If our own government started going door to door, for example, and I don't know, shooting people in the faces or taking Mexicans and shooting them like that just happened, like ICE just shot a Mexican person. If that started happening and Americans got pissed off about it enough, would we get killed? Many of us would die if we started organizing against the United States government. But it would be so painful for them for so long, and it'd be so difficult for them to really control us with firepower. Because at the end of the day, they don't just want to kill us, they want to control us. And firepower actually isn't the best way to control someone. Firepower is the best way to kill people. But if you kill them, they just keep coming back. They keep making babies. So you got to either kill all of us, or you got to convince us that your way is the best way, especially if you're our government. It works. Having guns works. It keeps the government thinking about shit a little bit better. They don't want to think about the civil rights movement. Yeah, mostly it was peaceful by the protesters, but they wasn't all peaceful. And they made a big stink. You make a big stink for a while, all of a sudden they're writing laws to capitulate to you. All of a sudden they're writing these laws to protect you. They got the National Guard escorting kids to schools and shit. It works. Protest works. Being armed works. Look what happened to the Black Panthers. They armed themselves and they got some shit done. Did some of them die? Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of them died. But, you know. How do you feel about that, Chip? Chip is afraid of guns. He's European. How do you guys feel? Are you afraid of guns? It looks like 57% of you thinks that we should check out the check them out. Check out the tattoos of the, what do you call them, of the candidates. I'm going to ask you a gun question in the poll. Are you afraid of guns? Are you afraid? Are you scared? Because my friend Chip, he's terrified of guns. He won't even go into a store if someone has a gun. If he sees a guy with a gun at the store, he's like, I'm not going into that store. Chip is terrified of guns. He doesn't think guns make sense. What's to make sense, Chip? Guns. You put the business side towards the thing you want to shoot, and it makes perfect sense. They go, you put the business side this way, and you're like, hey, do what I say. And they're like, okay. It's usually how it works. All right. Yeah. Are you scared of bombs? Not really. I'm not really scared of bombs. If bombs, first of all, I'm not really getting bombed. I don't really have a bomb country a bomb problem in this country. We do have a gun problem in this country, but it's not a gun problem really. It's a shooting problem, and the shooting problem is caused by our lack of health care and our wealth disparity. If you stop having so many billionaires and redistribute that wealth, no one wants to kill anybody. Yeah. Thank you. You're afraid of guns because it's not a part of your culture. I mean, I don't think you need to be worried about it. This is irrational being has an object that takes less than 1 calorie to use, point at any other sentient being. They destroy their whole life experience. Not really. I mean, people survive gunshot wounds all the time. You don't destroy their whole life. Most people, when they point a gun, they don't shoot at somebody else. Most people, they carry them around and they say, I ain't a killer, I ain't a killer, but don't push me. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is like the greatest joy next to getting pussy.
We continue our coverage with the calls for an independent investigation and transparency.
So yesterday, Jalissa Garza was at the news conference where the family in LULAC made those calls, and this morning she's following what elected leaders say they're doing next to get the answers. Jalissa, what's the latest?
Speaking of which, a gun shooting happened.
Hey there, Jacob and Alona. Well, we heard from a lot of elected officials calling for transparency, and this morning we're learning the specific requests they're making to get that. Now, the Harris County District Attorney's Office says that federal authorities are exclusively handling all aspects of the case, but the DA's office is still asking anyone with photos, videos, or witness accounts to come forward. And
you see, in Mexico, guns are illegal. Maybe if this Mexican national was carrying around a gun, maybe that ICE agent wouldn't have shot him dead.
From elected leaders to the Salgado family to members in the community, there are growing calls for body camera video to be released. Now, take a look at your screen. I do want to show you some video our crews captured yesterday of investigators with the Harris County District Attorney's Office in the neighborhood where the deadly shooting happened, speaking with nearby businesses. And Congressman Al Green says he is asking for a congressional hearing on the shooting, and he too is calling for an independent.
Al Green is short time and he wants blood. He wants heads. ICE agent shot one of his guys in his district. What's Al Green going to do about it?
Investigation.
I understand that we've got to move quickly to ask for an independent investigation to prevent a possible cover-up. ICE, unfortunately, has lost a lot of credibility. Remember, I'm on the Homeland Security Committee in Congress. We have oversight, and I get information. And I'm telling you, their credibility is in question, and we must move quickly.
Al Green, man. Al Green, he was the only one to stand up during Donald Trump's whatever that horrible speech was. That wasn't even a State of the Union speech, but he stood up. He's like, you have no right. Remember that? And then they censored him. His own party censored him. And remember, and then he said he wanted to impeach Donald Trump, and his own party was like, no, we don't want to. We're Democrats. We don't know what to do. We're too busy with our thumbs up our butts. We can't stand up to fascism. We're Democrats. We're kind of fascist anyway. He's like, no. Anyway, now his people are getting shot. By the way, do you think if you sent an American to Mexico and the cops murdered him, do you think we would be pissed? If an American was walking around Mexico, picture this, a white blonde girl, if you will, a blonde white girl walking around Mexico, and a federale comes up and shoots her in the face. Do you think we would be upset in America? Do you think we would get a little pissed at Mexico about that? Every time a white girl dies in the Bahamas, it's national news. Every time a white girl goes disappearing on a cruise ship, we're like, we hate cruises. Anytime one of ours gets killed, if you killed an American, if a German police officer shot an American citizen in the face and killed him, you could goddamn rest assured we would be up in arms. We would be freaking out over here. It would be in the news. It's a big deal.
Now, KJU11 reached out to ICE, DHS, and the FBI with a list of specific questions, but we were just sent the same statement that we received on Tuesday. And this case is also getting a lot of
good point. Rich girl of any color. But here's the thing, Bodie Tony. There's just not so many rich black people. So,
international attention. Mexico's president chiming in saying her government is preparing to take legal measures. I'll talk more about that coming up in the next hour. For now, reporting live this morning in Houston.
Look at this self-restraint. Virtual reality for me has owned a gun for over 35 years and hasn't killed anyone. I don't know how long I don't know how many years, because there's been years where I didn't own them, but I don't know. I've been a gun owner on and off for most of my life. I've never shot anybody. No less killed them. I've never shot at anybody. Not at a human. I've never shot at an animal. I've never shot at an animal. It's crazy to think about it now that I think about it. Never shot at a living thing. Imagine this doesn't look real. This is what's happening in China. My God, it's happening, folks. Dude. This idiot. Oh, make sure you catch this. You get closer. Get closer. Get closer. You're in a tornado. Make sure you catch make sure you catch it all. You want to make sure your TikTok goes viral. Holy shit. Look at them all. Dude, I would not be holding. Fuck you. This thing's going. I'm not holding this thing. People always do this. Save the $500 tent. Nah. I'm not saving the tent. People get yanked up. Holy shit. Ripping through China. I didn't even know this type of shit happened in China. Is this normal? I've never heard of a tornado going through the cities of China. Not since the Cultural Revolution. Not since Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution has a tornado whipped through the countryside of China. Dude, the spark is so crazy. I've never seen footage like this of a tornado. I've never seen a tornado in a city like this. Like I've seen tornadoes. I've seen video of tornadoes. I've never seen video of tornadoes in a city with like sparks going around and going through the streets. This is wild. Wild. This is bigger than Frank Baum for sure. Like Frank Baum, if Frank Baum were from China, then the Wizard of Oz would have been a very different story. The Munchkin, it would have been the Munchkin workers' revolution. the workers of the Munchkins of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your wicked witch. Holy shit. Just pulling doors up, breaking doors. Oh my God.
我操！看那些摊子，我操，全部都是在一起。我操！
That's so crazy. I've never seen anything like this in China or anywhere else. A tornado ripping through a city. Has anyone else? Like, I've seen tornadoes in rural towns of Arkansas. Look at this. Oh my God. It's way worse than a hurricane. People are like, oh, it's just like a hurricane. This is not like a hurricane. Hurricanes suck and all, but this is... It's like they're completely unprepared. How often does this type of thing happen? Like, I just saw the tornado in China. Is this normal? How frequently do tornadoes hit cities in China? I feel like it's totally rare. Averages 100 tornadoes a year in the entire country in rural, flat, agricultural, high-intensity twisters occasionally strike densely populated cities. But it seems super... Oh, yeah, it's very rare. The middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River are the most active areas. July is the single most active month. Historically, tornadoes in China were largely considered rare, localized phenomena. However, with rapid urbanization, more populated areas and city centers are increasingly in the path of the storms. Wow. Well, I don't know. I maybe it's because of urbanization and not climate change. Climate change is a hoax. It's a hoax. It doesn't seem like a hoax from where I'm sitting. And do you think climate change is a hoax? I mean, this looks like the apocalypse already. Like, this is how it's going to happen, right? We're going to be watching videos about crazy shit happening in China while we're sitting over here in America being like, is that going to happen here? We're all going to be looking at each other like, do you know what I love? You ever been in an earthquake? One of my favorite things about earthquakes is like, you hit, like, the earthquake hits, and usually they're small. Like, if you're in San Francisco, it's usually like, ugh! That's all it does. That's an earthquake. It's like, ugh! It's like the earth is just like adjusting. They're just kind of, the earth is just like moving its chair a little bit. And then everyone's like, and everyone looks up, and like if the chandelier or the lights or anything hanging is moving, they know that there's been an earthquake. And then everyone looks at each other in the eyes. That's my favorite. That's my favorite thing in the world. It's like human beings being like, what? There's so many things, but the earthquake is like one of the big. There's a lot of things like that where people are like, are you seeing this shit? I love that stuff because we're kind of like horses. Horses do that. You ever seen horses? They hear shit and they all like kind of look, and they all kind of look at each other. I love that shit, man. Like I don't know many other. I think there's only a few, because we're like herd animals at the end of the day. Some shit happens and we're like, or dogs sometimes do that. They hear some shit and they look at you like, you fucking hear that?
Hey, honey.
Oh, the Democrat Party. The Democrat city. It's a Democrat city. Only Democrats live in Chicago. That's true. Only if, in fact, when you go to Chicago, they check your ID. If you're not a Democrat, you're not allowed in. That's only Democrats living in Chicago. Mark Lewis knows that. Mark Lewis is a little retarded. He's a little retarded. You know, the thing is about Mark Lewis, he doesn't understand that Illinois, Indiana, their gun laws are pretty messed up. You could get guns, you see, and bring them to play. Democrats! What a fucking moron. Mark Lewis, you have no brain. It's the Democrat.
全破了，废了都废了，然后这个什么冰箱也都起飞了。
阳的，你看我屋里，你看。
God damn, what a mess. Jeez Louise. Look at that tornado. Look at it. Look at this giant tornado coming through this town. Jesus, the devil coming through. Damn. Shit. That is so scary. Look at this thing. This is like a move. This is worse than a movie. This is.
龙卷风了！我靠！赶快关窗子！我靠！
How many people are dead? Eight people are dead so far. What? That person just died. They're all dead now. God damn. Man, oh 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 man. Not even movies can replicate a tornado with that. They're pretty bad at it. You're right, man. Those Twister movies suck. They're not good. Yeah, the storm, but Biden. There were storms when Biden was president. Just so you know, there were storms. Just so you know. Just saying. If you hate storms, then you should hate Biden. That's all. That's all I'm saying. There were storms when John. There were storms. Biden.
Anyone buy that? Or is there something more to what that Post reporter was asking just then? Something about the security of that plane. Joining us, MS.
Oh no! What is going on with that plane? I want to know what's going on with the plane.
Now, international reporter Inez de la
I almost forgot about that Qatari bride plane. What's going on with his bride plane?
Karen Ankara, Turkey, New York Times chief White House correspondent, and MS Now contributor Peter Baker, president emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations, Richard Haass. He's also the author of the weekly Substack newsletter Home and Away, and former CIA director and Secretary of Defense in the Obama administration, Leon Panetta. And as you were in that room, what a weird answer.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, President Trump made a lot of news at this summit, but there are a lot of questions he didn't answer. And I would say he didn't make so much news during that final press conference. So that exchange that you just played was certainly kind of a bizarre one. He was asked twice about why he's not flying his new Air Force One back home, and twice he declined to answer. He just said that the plane would be going to the UK to visit service members there. But there are all sorts of questions as to whether this has to do with security, like you heard the New York Post reporter asking.
That's so crazy. You're asking me the bricks and minifigs. It's crazy, right? DiGenato? What do I think about bricks and minifigs? I think that there's a weird Mormon cabal happening for sure. I mean, I don't know who to trust, but I think the weird shit with the cops is a little more than the stuff with the cops. The cops are like busting Reckless Ben. What's his name? Ben the Reckless. What's that guy's name? Reckless Ben. And he's just trying to make his YouTube videos, trying to get to the bottom of this, doing his YouTube thing. And the cops are like searching him for heroin and shit. Yeah, we had a report that the individual. And they're pulling these kids out of the car and totally shaking them down. Those cops need to go to jail. Whatever happens with the bricks and minifig story, the cops should be in jail. All those cops should be in jail. That's pretty bad. Yes, the Mormons colluding with the police. That's the thing. Like all the other stuff about actually the Star Wars Legos were only worth this amount of money and all that other bullshit. I don't know that I really care. It's like, it does suck if somebody got ripped off in a scam for the Legos and all that stuff. That all does matter. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but no matter how that all pans out, because you got two sides to that story, right? whether or not the Legos are worth as much and who owes whom, and like that's just like regular old small claims court business shit, you know. Okay, $250,000, whatever they're saying, that's a lot of goddamn money, but literally it's not so much that, like, literally the guy can raise Reckless Ben tried to raise money for the guy in order to make him whole again, and the Mormon cops got involved and arrested him for starting a Kickstarter or whatever it was, or a crowdsourcing whatever thing. That's insane, man. Those cops need to be in jail. All those cops need to be in jail. That forever. Put them in jail forever. They should have nowhere. They shouldn't be allowed to have guns, no badges, no freedom. Those cops need to go to jail. And as far as the Mormon church is concerned, they should lose their 501c3 status. As far as lose their tax deduction, their tax-free status. For all I care. I mean, I hate all these religion. Religion, I don't have a problem with. I have a problem with churches. These fucking cults that people make in the name of religion. These institutions that then they find out, oh, we're an institution. Oh, these police are an institution. Let's collude in order to, I don't know what, to exert our power. Yeah, so I mean, whatever happens with that stuff, with you guys know what we're talking about, the bricks and minifigs, the whole story. It's a quick story. This dude, he had a bunch of Legos from Star Wars. He wanted to sell them. Bricks and minifigs is like they're like a broker of Lego collectibles. They said that they would sell them on commission. They said they were going to do on consignment or whatever, and they didn't pay up. The Legos disappeared, and it became a story interesting for a YouTuber. The YouTuber tried to start looking into it, and the cops came down on this kid so hard, and it's all on video. And it's the cops doing extracurricular activities for these Mormons who happen to be these consigners. So whether or not the consignment company, the bricks and minifigs, are guilty, it doesn't even matter at this point, because they're absolutely guilty of corrupting the police through the Mormon church. That is like, I mean, way worse, way worse than anything. It's always, this is so funny. I've always, as a manager, sometimes I've come across shit that I wish that I can look the other way on. Stuff that I found out that someone I like was stealing, or stuff that I found out someone I like was serving underage drinks. I'm thinking of this one time, man. There's a lot of these things have happened, but one time it was to me, it was kind of harmless. This person was serving someone who was underage because they were her friends. And then it was a free drink. So now she was stealing a drink and serving someone underage. And I knew it. And I just didn't want to be there all of a sudden. I was like, I wish I didn't know this. I just don't want to know this. But we're under cameras. And now there's so many people involved. I know. And all these other people also know. And they know I know. And so I talked to a close friend of mine who happened to be like a person I trusted, who was like a security manager. I was like, dude, I'm so conflicted on this. I wish I didn't know this. And I handled it. I got him out. I fixed it right away. But it's like, now that I've fixed it, everyone knows I fixed it. And it's like, I'm like, I just want to sweep this under the rug. And my friend, he's like, but you already know, he said this. He said, you already know the cover up is always worse than the crime. And it's true. If I covered it up, I'd be in big, big trouble. I still got in trouble, even though I wasn't involved. I fixed it. I did everything I was supposed to do. I still got pulled out in front of the CFO. I got pulled into an office and interrogated. And I'm like, I did everything right. I contacted the security. We talked about what happened. I did everything right, and I still got fucked with. But had I covered it up, I could be in jail. Like that's a crime. I could actually go to jail. Like, not really jail. I get fined. I'd be fined and I'd lose my job. I'd lose my ability to sell alcohol because they take that shit really seriously. I would lose my job and my livelihood. I would not be able to get another job if I covered it up and got caught. I didn't think all that through at the time. I just thought the cover up is always worse than the crime. And that's the thing with this minifigs. You could solve $150,000, $200,000 problem. You could solve that problem with time and effort. You could solve a $200,000 problem. You cannot solve corruption with the police and this cover up. You tried to cover up the $200,000, and now everyone knows that you and the Mormon Church are colluding with corrupt police officers, and the whole town now, and the mayor, all of them, the police chief, everybody now should be interrogated. All of them need to go to jail. They at least need to answer some goddamn questions under oath, because holy shit, this is a corrupt town. The Mormons are this Mormon shit. I mean, they just took Mormons back 50 years. I was starting to like Mormons.
Just don't know at this point, but it was certainly unusual. The fact that the president is not flying back on this plane is unusual, and then the fact that he wouldn't answer questions about it is certainly raising eyebrows.
Peter, what do you have on this?
Katie, I'm with you. This is not an answer that sounds particularly persuasive. The idea that he's going to give up flying on this jet he's talked so much about so he can show it to some soldiers, I agree with you. I can't imagine anybody believes that. Security is the first question you ask, right? He is in Ankara. It's not that far from the Middle East. There is now, this rupture in the ceasefire, which he's declared with Iran, which he declared today is over. And that's a plane that has gone through a very quick retrofit compared to what normal Air Force Ones go through in terms of, making it compatible with what a president.
It is weird. What is going on with this plane, dude? I don't trust anything that people are saying about this plane.
A commander-in-chief should be flying. Now, Secretary Panetta probably knows this much better than I do. But there will be questions asked as to whether that jet has the protections, has the capacity for, security.
What protections you want to put on this? It's a jet at the end of the day, right? It's like a car. It's just a flying car. What's on the jet? Like a GPS device? I mean, you tell me the Qataris put a GPS device and they can put a home. See, what does someone think? What do you guys think? What's going on with this jet? Please put in the chat, because I'm at a loss, man. Something weird is going on.
A normal Air Force One, built by Boeing on behalf of the Air Force, according to various particular specs, would have.
I'm watching the chat. What do you think is going on with this weird ass? With this jet,
the plane with the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief, is supposed to be able to ward off attacks, be able to withstand, an electrical magnetic pulse, all kinds of things that
it can withstand an electromagnetic pulse. What, this jet can't do that? No.
Meant to put the commander-in-chief in safe hands. Is this jet now flying for luxury, which is what he's talked about, meeting that need?
Secretary Peter teed you up.
I've always been concerned about security issues with this kind of plane that's built by another country. Regardless of the fact
it wasn't built by another country. It was built by Boeing. It was built by America. What do you built by another country? It was just owned by the Qataris. They might have done some creepy shit with it, but we own it. Yeah, what do they mean lacking defense? The Qatari jet is Donald Trump's escape plan. Well, then why the hell isn't he using it? What's going on with this thing? It doesn't have anti-drone defenses?
That country, we may have good relations with that country. The fact is that from a security point of view, you have got to be concerned that there are going to be efforts to try to gather intelligence.
Let him. What are they going to do? With the Qatari, what intelligence can they get? It's Donald Trump. What intelligence? You think Donald Trump's good at keeping secrets or some shit? If the Qataris want to know something, they can just ask Donald Trump. They just gave him $400 million.
And I'm sure they've reviewed the whole plane. But as somebody involved with security, I would be very concerned about making sure that the president's security is protected. The only way to do that is by having that plane made in the United States and carrying the equipment that is provided by the United States.
You didn't have the proper medical bay? Ooh, that's interesting, actually, Josh. That is actually a little interesting. It didn't have the proper medical bay because he's got to travel with a hospital because he's sicker than any president that has ever been a president. That makes sense. Okay, all right. I think that's kind of interesting. Interesting.
That we can assure that the president is not only secure but safe. So I don't think there's any question that there are security concerns here. What they are, we don't know, but I'm sure that's involved.
Have you ever heard of a situation where the president switches planes like this? I mean, I know usually there are two Air Force Ones. One is not called Air Force One. When the president travels, there's always a backup. Usually if there's a problem, it's a maintenance issue, right? Could it just be a maintenance issue?
Well, it's a brand new plane. If there's a maintenance issue with a brand new plane, that raises even more concerns. I don't think this is about maintenance. This is a cover story of some kind to try to deploy one plane to Britain and have the president return to the old plane that was Air Force One. There's more going on. I think the war in Iran may have.
If it's bugged, like they'd have to be so dumb to bug it. If they're Qatari, what they gave it, here's a jet, and we're gonna listen to your conversations. I just don't believe it. I don't believe that they would be so stupid. You'd have to be so stupid because you know we're gonna find the damn thing. Why would you bug it? If you get caught, then like the Qataris become Donald Trump's bitch again. Like everyone, you know how it goes. You know how it goes. America's really good with at national security. Yeah, we're great at it, right? We're great at that. Yeah, you're surprised Trump would be. I love this. You're surprised that MAGA isn't more concerned with their dear leader's health. Well, you know why? It's because they think Donald Trump is 25 years old and sexy. When they look at Donald Trump, they don't see what you see. They see a totally fuckable dilf. That's what they see. They see a dilf. They do not see what you see when you look at Donald Trump. They don't see the orange makeup. They don't see the cankles. They don't see the diaper. They don't see any of that. They see a 25-year-old dilf, not an 80-year-old hulking Hulk with the shoulder pads dripping off of his shoulders and his big stupid tie, hunching. The bells. And then they don't see that. What do I need to know?
This is what you need to know. Why President...
Tell me, hunky English man.
Trump didn't use the new Qatari Air Force One to leave the NATO summit.
Oh, I can't stand it. Look, I love you English people, but could you get off my fucking news? I'm sick of anchors being English. I hate it, man. I know this is my bête noire, my little pet peeve. I love the English. But you guys got your Piers Morgans and shit. Like, we don't need a Piers Morgan here. Okay? You guys we'll watch your Piers Morgan. We'll watch it. I watch Piers Morgan. I watch your English bullshit. I watch it. But I'm sick of you guys coming into my country and being news broadcasters. I don't think so. Why? We don't have hunky dudes that can read the news to us. We don't have that.
As many diapers will be distributed this year as Californians.
That was Governor Gavin Newsom about 2 months ago at a press conference announcing California's new free diaper program and a multi-million-dollar contract with the nonprofit Baby to Baby. But immediately critics pointed out that his wife, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, also had a relationship with at least one of the co-CEOs.
Sits on Jen's board of directors. Gavin Newsom is claiming there was this huge, rigorous process to figure out which group to partner with for this free diaper program. But was it really a rigorous process if you're best friends with the CEO of this
Yeah, it sounds like corruption to me, huh?
company?
So we did a little fact check, and you should definitely go check out
Diapergate. Critics got free diaper math wrong, but state won't release key Baby to Baby
what we did
records.
last month. But we can only go so far.
Baby to Baby sounds like a tween dating site.
So far, the state will not give us a copy of the contract or the competitive bid scoring sheet.
4 days after that very high-profile press conference, we simply asked the governor's office for a copy of that contract that everyone was talking about. They told us, reach out to California Health and Human Services. They told us the contracts were with yet another agency. That
Yeah, sounds like you're unraveling a noodle. Yeah, this is corruption. No fucking way. It's
They told
not.
us our requests had been received. That means legally they had a maximum of 10 days to tell us whether or not we're going to get them. Exactly 10 days later, now 14 days after the press conference, the state replies citing an unusual circumstance clause in the California Public Records Act, giving them another 14 days to decide if these are disclosable records. California law clearly states any executed contract is a public record.
That's true. FOIA. You FOIA'd this shit. It's a FOIA.
And so are competitive bid scoring sheets. Fast forward 14 more days. Spoiler alert, they are disclosable records, but the state would need another 3 to 4 weeks to get us copies. Translation, the state waited 24 days to promptly notify us that it would need another 28 days to get us a copy of that contract that the governor announced nearly 2 months ago.
A competitive bidding process.
Then, the day we were finally supposed to get the records, July 3rd, a state holiday, the Newsom administration told us they would need 2.
Why can't this guy do anything? Man, this guy should never be president. He shouldn't be governor. I mean, the only reason he's governor is because we couldn't find anybody else better when they recalled him. Fucking goddamn this guy. I hate this guy.
More weeks. It's unacceptable. That's Jenny LaRue. She's with the First Amendment Coalition.
You should have had it in your hands the day they were talking about it.
He's corrupt. He's been corrupt. He let PG&E kill all those people, and they didn't do shit about it. People should be in jail right now for killing all those people.
She argues documents like state contracts shouldn't even require a public records request.
Do you think there's a world where state agencies just automatically upload all contracts?
I think there's a world where we make them do that.
That state senator Tom
Yeah, we got to force them. But aren't they our people? Aren't they our guys? Yeah, but we got to force them. Look at this guy on the left with the hat. Look at this shady guy. Do you see this guy over to the left? Can you see him on your screen? This guy over here. Who is that guy? What's this guy doing? Who is this dude? He's the shadiest guy in the room. He's over here on the side, just like in a hat with shrouded in darkness.
He knows a bit about this issue.
Thank you, Senator Pacheco, for bringing lots and lots of attention to this subject.
The Senate Judiciary Chair was
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Do your thing. Hit the smash button. Smash the like button. Are you down to smash? Smash the like button.
instrumental in gutting a bill that would have let state agencies charge you hourly fees and even sue someone for requesting public information.
People shouldn't have to pay to get information from public officials.
Now, the amended version of the bill does give agencies even more time to respond.
Oh, fucking who cares? The guy's corrupt. He totally cheated. They're going into why the FOIA is getting... Yeah, we know FOIA. They're playing a game with you. They're playing games with you. They're delaying. That's what they do. Deny, delay, depose. That's what they do. These bastards. Shocker that your friend, the alcohol distributor, Gavin Newsom, is corrupt. How strange that he's doing no bid contracts. Well, Donald Trump did it. He did it with the pool. Yeah, he did. This is exactly why the Republicans and MAGA, this is exactly why Nazis win. This is exactly why Nazis win. Because you fucking corrupt Democrats can't stand up to someone like Donald Trump because your shit stinks just as badly as his. This is what's so horrible, because then it's like, oh, well, Gavin Newsom's not a rapist. Yeah, well, okay, but he's still a goddamn corrupt politician. He's corrupt. Over and over again. He gets caught. He's just as sloppy as Donald Trump. He's just as sloppy. He just doesn't have his weird sex stuff. Would he be surprised if he did? Would you be surprised if Gavin Newsom, if it came out tomorrow that he was a philandering piece of shit and had incredible rape allegations against him? Would you be surprised if Gavin Newsom, it came out that he paid off some woman to not tell everybody that he banged her and told her that she looked like his daughter? Would you be surprised? I wouldn't be surprised. He's a corrupt politician. He's been corrupt. I've been living in this state the whole time he's been governor, and he's a corrupt. He was corrupt. I was living in the Bay Area. He was the mayor of San Francisco. He's corrupt. He's always been corrupt.
That fits, survives in the whole structure just because of what I did.
Like these corrupt, lying politicians. This is what I can't stand. This is what I cannot stand about Democrats. And also all you maggers. And I know there's some Dems that are like, but Sky, they're not as bad as the other guys. They are. It's the system that needs to be torn down. The system encourages this shit. It encourages the worst people to get involved in politics. And then those worst people, they feel like they need to be breaking the laws and ripping us off in order to beat the other guys. So you end up in this race to the bottom. So that the best you could say about Gavin Newsom was like, it's not as bad as Donald Trump. But then the Donald Trump people, they say that that's why it's always not as bad as Biden. Not as bad as Biden. It doesn't matter if it's wrong or right. Well, Biden's not as bad as Donald Trump. That ain't a fucking argument. That's not good enough. It's not good enough for maggers, and it's not good enough for these limp-wristed, fair-weather Democrats. They make me sick to my stomach. Well, it's not as bad as Donald Trump. Well, people always tell me that shit. My friend Chip has been telling me that shit. Well, come on, Sky. You're hurting them. You're hurting the cause. No, you know what? I'd rather, at the end of the day, if you guys are so afraid of changing the system, then we deserve Donald Trump. We deserve it. Take your medicine. We deserve the Nazis taking over because we have no courage, because we're spineless bastards. Well, the Democrats are spineless bastards, but they're not. Dude, what do you mean they're not rapists? Graham Platner's a rapist, credibly, perhaps. Donald Trump's a rapist. Graham Platner's a rapist. They're probably both racists. I don't know about Graham Platner being a racist, but would you be surprised? Would you be surprised if it turned out that Graham Platner was a racist? In fact, did he ever say racist shit in those Reddit threads? Because I bet he did. Was there any racist stuff in the Graham Platner Reddit threads? Let's see. Yeah, looks like there were. Contained multiple controversial and racially charged statements. In 2013, he asked why black people don't tip. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. In 2020, responding to a thread about Trump where Platner claimed that white people in rural America actually are racist and stupid. Okay, cool. Awesome. So he's said racist stuff, and he also claims that people in rural America are racist. Cool.
Owner Craig Gooding did something no emergency professional would recommend. He stayed behind as the Chelan Hills fire raced toward his home.
No, I stayed here the whole time. Fight the fire so I didn't lose my home and everything I worked for.
Gooding credits a rock perimeter, short grass, and modern building materials with saving the home he built in 2020. Others were not as fortunate.
I feel bad for a lot of people. There's a lot of people that barely made it out here with their lives.
More than 500 people evacuated as crews attacked the flames from the ground and the air. At least 25 homes have burned.
Do you remember when PG&E caused the this is a human-caused problem, fire? It's amazing. PG&E caused a fire and killed 80 people, and they found out about who was responsible. And Gavin Newsom took a campaign contribution from PG&E, and nobody went to jail. And the money, the fine, they did fine them. Guess who paid the fine? You want to guess how PG&E paid the fine that we put on them as the state of California after they killed 80 people? Do you want just guess how they made the state whole, how they paid that fine?
And dozens of other structures also destroyed. One person was found dead inside a burned vehicle after apparently trying to escape.
Literally burned up to the back of this truck.
The sheriff fears there could be additional victims.
We do know that people stayed behind, and until we can verify that everybody is safely off this hill, or that we can recover whoever didn't come off this hill, we're going to keep it quick.
Dude, they're ashes, bro. This is so sad to me. That was in Seattle. I'm a little shocked that Seattle had a fire like that and killed a bunch of people. But hey, I guess we're having brush fires in Seattle's now. I guess like the Seattle area is getting brush fires now. I didn't think that was a thing since it rains all the time there. But hey, it's been a long time since I've been to Seattle. Maybe it ain't raining like it used to. Maybe now it's like Arizona. Crazy.
And we have a Fox News alert. Graham Platner has just dropped out of the main Senate race. And obviously, we are trying to get that video up so that we can bring it.
This guy, he's got a hard on. He can't wait. He's stiff as a board right now.
As soon as we can verify it and get it in a position to play for you. Obviously, this has been probably the biggest political story for the last several days, ever since Politico came out with the latest allegations about full-on rape, accusing Platner of full-on rape.
Yeah, rape. Just like Donald Trump. You see how that works? No one cares. Fox News gets on. He's a rapist. That's what we're going to hear. Nobody cares. And you know why they don't care? Because people hate women. But you know why else they don't care? Because Donald Trump already made it permission. He already gives anyone permission. Donald Trump is on TV defending Graham Platner, saying bitches be lying, essentially.
Including breaking into an ex-girlfriend's home against her explicit wishes, leaving Democrats in a terrible bind. They had until this Monday to be able to get him out of the race so that they could replace him. They now
remember that guy, legitimate rape. A woman's body could keep from getting pregnant if it's a legitimate rape.
have a couple of more weeks time.
Yeah, these guys don't. You think this guy knows where the clitoris is?
Time to figure out who they're going to put in his place. All of this obviously leaves Susan Collins without the incumbent Republican who has an extraordinary ability to win races in Maine, which generally has leaned more Democrat over the years in presidential elections. But
I don't know. She's been in power for 30 years, so you know.
Does not necessarily like to elect Democrats statewide. The Janet Mills, the current sitting governor, who was running against Graham Platner for the Senate Democrat nomination, is the first Democrat in 20 years to win statewide race in Maine. Obviously, she got beaten by 50 points by Graham Platner in the primary a couple weeks ago, and so Democrats are sort of trying to figure out: do they go with somebody like Janet Mills, or do they go with somebody?
If you're not gonna play the video, bro, we got other shit to do. You know, like these fuckers at Fox News, they're so disorganized. It makes me sick.
I'm very concerned of what's gonna happen in the next election. Absolutely.
Like, I mean, clearly, Graham Platner, credible rape allegations are serious, but Donald Trump is a convicted rapist. Like a jury of his peers, he was just ordered today to pay $5 million to E. Jean Carroll right now. The Supreme Court told him to pay, and Donald Trump still hasn't paid her. Pay her. Pay her. You raped her. You broke it. You buy it, I guess. Pay her. Pay that woman her damn money. God damn. What I think is hilarious is that these maggers will be like, there's no proof. They went to court. They done this. Graham Platner doesn't have any proof. Of course there's proof. The woman's allegations. Just like Donald Trump has Katie Johnson alleging that she was forced to jerk him off wearing a glove because Donald Trump's a germaphobe. Bullshit. I don't know, germaphobe. I'm a germaphobe now these days. Ever since I got herpes in my nostrils from doing all those boner bumps, I didn't know you could get herpes in the nostrils. HPV in the nostril. I got the HPV in my nostrils, Donald Trump. That's why his nose always looks so ratchet. His nose looked like it's falling up. You know, when I met Michael Jackson back in the day, he used to wear that mask, and it was because his nose was all fucked up, you know. And I met him, and he was eating when I met him, and he had a mask, and he was like eating like this. Way before people did that during COVID, you know, he had a surgical mask. But his nose was fucked up. He had a fucked up nose. Anyway, so Donald Trump's fucked up nose, I think, is from getting HPV from all the boner bumps he was doing in the 80s in Studio 54. It's the only explanation that's reasonable.
Well, I've been thinking about it more in terms of what needs to be done based on what we saw happen last time. I think a thing that all of us can do is support election workers and election officials. The last time around, we saw that those people stood firm, and they were, in many cases, the difference. It's clear to me, anyways, that what I've seen.
I raped your mind, liberal annihilator. I raped your mind.
Publicly, that those people are going to be put under great pressure.
Hi again, everybody. It's now 5 o'clock in the East, a sounding of the alarm from the man who investigated Donald Trump's last attempt to overturn an election in 2020. Things he warns next time could get worse, and we need to all be extra diligent in trying to protect those who administer our elections, because when it comes to Donald Trump, it seems like no affront to American democracy is off limits. Take the latest stunning new body of reporting in the New York Times that the Trump administration.
When it comes to Donald Trump, no, what a sentence. When it comes to Donald Trump, no affront to American democracy is off limits. That's the president she's talking about.
Is putting not just the lives of election workers at risk, but the lives of all Americans at risk, because now if states don't comply with their demands, they will take action on this latest effort by Trump that essentially amounts to extortion. Quote, the Trump administration is requiring states to change the way they conduct elections or risk losing tens of millions of federal terrorism prevention funds.
This is illegal.
This latest move that would make voting harder and undermine trust in results that don't go President Trump's way. That effort would force states to transition to paper ballots, verify citizenship of voters, and make other changes to election procedures, according to Federal Emergency Management Agency documents. FEMA.
You know, I guess fuck it. Let the terrorists come. Let them come. We deserve it. Let them come. What do you think is actually happening with these anti-terrorists? Like, oh, we're gonna pull all your anti-terrorist funding. Fine. I thought it was bullshit anyway. I don't think people are trying to kill us as much as you say they are. I don't think as much as they say. I think there are people out there that would like to see Americans go boom, boom, bye, bye. But I don't think there's enough to warrant the amount of money that we are spending, the amount of spying we are doing, the amount of finagling and dirty dealings. I don't think there's enough of a threat to warrant it. So, hey, maybe let's find out. Let's find out. I say stick to your guns. No, we're not going to let you tell us how to run our elections. Fuck you. All right, well, you're not going to get this anti-terrorist money. Fine. Fine. You think someone's bombing Wyoming anytime soon? Let them. Let them. And if it does happen, guess whose fault it will be? It'll be Donald Trump's fault. It won't be whatever governor from Georgia or whatever. The governor from Georgia, if he says, no, we're going to maintain our own elections like it's described in the Constitution. And if Donald Trump takes money away from their terrorist defense systems or whatever, and there's a terrorist attack, that's Donald Trump's fault. That's extortion.
Part of Homeland Security has told states that it would withhold 20% of some terrorism preparedness grants unless they provide, quote, proof of compliance with the election security measures.
I'm better than Hassan Piker. Come on.
Document show. The grants, which total $1 billion each year, help pay for physical barriers and other security measures, as well as planning and drill exercises and cybersecurity protections. As for those states that will likely feel this the most, the New York Times reports this, quote, the grants go largely to populous states with large urban areas, including New York, California, and Texas. New York is...
If New York got hit with another 9/11 tomorrow, it's not Zoran Mamdani's fault. It's not Governor Hochul's fault. It's Donald Trump's fault. It's Mark Wayne Mullen's fault. It's Pete Hegseth's fault. It's Kashyap Patel's fault. That's their job.
Set to receive about $204 million in fiscal year 2026, according to the Office of Governor Kathy Hochul. Considering the law says that states are the ones who run and regulate elections, not the executive branch, this effort is likely to face a lot of legal pushback.
Yeah.
But it does illustrate how openly brazen Donald Trump's anti-democratic efforts to rig the midterms go.
I mean, this is very true. He's trying to rig the midterm. I can't believe. Let's do a poll right real quick, because I mean, I can't believe there's anyone still left that doesn't think that Donald Trump isn't. He's admitted to trying to fix elections. He's a criminal. Is Trump trying to fix the next election? He doesn't even admit. He's such a coward. He won't even admit that he lost the 2020 election. Are you afraid of guns? 67% of you said no. Thank God. All right. 67 of you said no. I have a healthy apprehension around firearms because I'm safety first kind of guy, but I'm not going to be afraid. I ain't afraid of no gun. Most people ain't got the balls.
As Walmart announces price cuts on thousands of items this summer, there's growing concern over a separate move, adding digital price tags across their stores by the end of 2026.
Dude, this is insane. More Americans should be pissed about this shit.
You guys been hearing about this. Some consumers fear those dynamic in-store tags mean companies could use their personal...
They're little digital screens. They're changing. You buy the shit, and as you buy stuff, the shit's changing price.
To tailor prices.
They can change these whenever they want to.
I'm like, did they change because I walked out?
You guys are not worried enough about dynamic pricing. Walmart denies the tags are being used for surge pricing, adding it doesn't have the ability to change prices as customers are walking through the store, saying it's all to help
They look like they're changing right there.
workers with efficiency.
Instead of us spending hours changing the prices, we can spend hours helping customers.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Yeah. No, they're not going to charge you. Instead of this, don't worry, guys. We're not surge pricing. We're just cutting labor. We're just putting people out in the streets. We're cutting our workforce. Don't worry, guys. We're not changing anything. We're just doing the time-honored tradition of putting our family into the street, because that's what corporations say, right? Your family. Welcome to the Walmart family. Welcome. You're part of the family now. At Walmart. Now get to fucking work. No, we got these digital prices. Get in the streets. You're fired. Do I get any kind of severance? Severance. Severance. This guy. What about, do I get any kind of notice? Could you give me 2 weeks? Just let me work to 2 weeks so I can find another job. No. You got to give me 2 weeks. I'm not giving you shit. Get the fuck out of here. Good luck. See you in the mines, worm-faced American. We're just impoverishing Americans. That's not a big deal. Don't worry.
The expert tells us even if the tech to personalize prices is available, it might not be used.
People know what the prices are. And so when they see it online and then they go into a store the next day and it's totally different, that's not going to leave them feeling good about the brand as the whole.
We gotta check all this shit now. Don't go to Walmart without checking all your prices on the internet first.
And grocers know that.
Still, anxiety over so-called surveillance or algorithmic.
Look at the Matrix shit. You're living in the Matrix now. This is what NBC's telling you. You're in the Matrix now. The pricing is digital and it will change as you approach it.
Pricing is surging after several high-profile incidents online. Earlier this year, the New York Attorney General demanded grocery delivery app Instacart explain whether it was using personal data to set prices after a report found it charged some users up to 23% more for the same items. Instacart responding in a press release saying it would end what it calls item price tests and pledge the same prices for all customers shopping at the same stores. Then in April, a man sued JetBlue, alleging the airline used customers' internet history and demographic info to charge different fares. After seeing a since-deleted exchange on X where JetBlue recommended using incognito mode to get lower ticket prices. JetBlue saying the post was a mistake from an employee and that it does not use personal information or web browsing history.
Lies. We're not using all your data. We're building these data centers for fun. We're not using your... What do you mean? Data? Like the guy from Star Trek? No, we don't have any data. We don't have any of that. No.
To set individual pricing. The FTC said last year, broadly, personal data can be frequently used to set individual prices, according to initial findings.
You can really learn so much about somebody and what their habits are, what their preferences are, and ultimately use that to set prices.
While there is federal legislation proposed to stop this, some states aren't waiting. At least 24 states are considering laws on the topic, with Maryland, Connecticut, and New York all passing surveillance pricing bans in the past few months. And surveillance pricing isn't the only AI pricing controversy. A federal lawsuit filed last...
Think about the term surveillance pricing and tell me that we're not living in a dystopian utopia. Tell me capitalism's working. Give me one example of capitalism working. Surveillance pricing. That's a thing now that I just said. Now we have a thing called surveillance pricing, meaning that we are surveilling you, and based on your actions, your pricing will change. It's all for the best. It's good for America.
This month alleges roughly a dozen California gas station chains, including Walmart, used an AI software that allows, quote, competitors to pool confidential data and generate prices, which the plaintiffs argue is price collusion.
Oh, they could share. It is price collusion. Isn't that against the law? Well, yeah. Laws are for you fucking poors. Poor people follow laws. We are the law, you see. Rich white people, we're the law. You are in order. You must follow we are the law. We don't got to follow the laws. You got to follow the laws. So stay in order. It's called law and order. We're the law. You're the order.
And violates state antitrust.
Now get me a sandwich, because that's my order. My order is get me a sandwich. Get me a sandwich. Follow the law. You got to follow the law so that no one poisons my sandwich. It's against the law to poison my sandwich. Now get me one.
Calibrate Technologies, the company behind the tech, says it disagrees with the allegations in the lawsuit and that it will serve its customers with lawful, innovative fuel pricing technology. Walmart says it will respond to the lawsuit in court at a time when consumers are watching prices closely, concern growing that the prices may be watching them too.
Eggs. I think eggs will come up again in this playlist today.
But first, tonight on Fox 40, we are hearing from a Sacramento County animal control officer who played a key role in catching Adrian Cruz. He is the man accused of beating a neighborhood stray cat to death.
What do you care? We just saw. You think those chickens that are making those eggs are getting beaten to death?
Back in April. Thanks for joining us tonight for Fox 40 News at 10. I'm Nikki Lorenzo.
And I'm Eric Harriman. Fox 40 Sierra Krug joining us live from outside the Bradshaw Animal Shelter after speaking one-on-one with this officer who helped to track down that suspect, Sierra.
Track down the suspect.
Yes, Nikki, Eric, Zoe McKernan tells me she's worked her entire life to give animals a voice. Now, even though that
her necklaces say 888 and 222. What the heck is that? Were you born 1982? You look too young to be born 1982. What's 888-222?
she says was horrific. She tells us she's just glad she was able to play some role in holding the alleged cat killer accountable. It's a living thing that not only just lost its life, but it lost its life horrifically.
All right, great. Now let's go to Chick-fil-A. It's a living thing that lost its life. And I'm gonna take that person. That person must pay. I can't believe we let people like that walk amongst us. How dare we let that person? Shouldn't be sucking air with the rest of us. Put them underground, string them up, hang them high. You guys down for some KFC? You guys want to go to McDonald's? What do you think? Wendy's? Cool. Let's go to Wendy's.
Exclusive footage here on Fox 40.
I got a hankering for a Baconator. But those cat killers, let's kill those cat killers.
He shows Adrian Cruz leaving Sacramento Superior Court last week. The 30-year-old man is accused of beating an old, nearly blind and deaf neighborhood cat to death. Now,
put him out of his misery, right? What's wrong with that?
Now we're hearing from one of the people responsible for catching the alleged cat killer.
I really wanted to make sure that we found him and held him accountable for doing this to an animal, because people don't take it as seriously as when humans get hurt.
This person, what are you vegan? I'm sick of all these vegan cops all of a sudden. Given all these vegan cops all of a sudden, oh, they don't care. It's like cats are just like any other animals. Humans are animals. You got to take it seriously. If someone beats a cat to death, it's just like beating a dog to death. What about a cow? Nah, fucking cows are different. What about pigs? Pigs are super smart. Fuck them. Beat them all you want. Put them in gas chambers. 99% of all pigs in America are killed in gas chambers to the tune of about 325 million of them a year. 325 million of them a year. They call it an eternal Treblinka because unlike the Holocaust in Germany that used gas chambers to kill human beings, we keep on birthing more. So there's always a steady supply. They're not trying to exterminate all of the pigs, obviously. They just want to sell their flesh. So we need more flesh. And then we put them in more gas chambers.
McKernan is a Sacramento County animal control officer. She tells us this all began with a call from a resident back in April. Doorbell video capturing a man now believed to be Cruz heading to a home along Sunflorin Drive in South Sacramento, then allegedly killing one of several stray cats that gather daily to be fed by neighbors. As an animal advocate, McKernan says the footage was horrifying.
But it also gave me some hope, because in my head I was like, we can actually find this guy.
She says a week later she received another report from the initial caller. The suspect had returned around the same time and day of the week as the last appearance, this time by car.
He walked up, tried to grab one of the cats. Immediately, it ran away, and he went back to his car.
With a pattern now established, McKernan says she dedicated the next few weeks to staking out, determined to catch the man before he could hurt another cat. Sure enough, one morning while hiding in her personal car, she saw the man return a third time. She immediately alerted
She's the vegan police. Vegan police.
Sacramento County Sheriff's deputies.
We went to his house for the search warrant, and that was where they found everything he was wearing in the video.
And we murdered him on the spot.
Gloves he had on that had cat fur all over them. Everything to indicate that this was the correct suspect.
McKernan tells us it's her mission to give animals across the community a voice and bring justice for the elderly cat that lost its life.
I just felt like this situation was so horrific. It doesn't matter if this was just a stray cat and the lady didn't technically own the cat. It's still a life that he took away, and it could result in even more horrific things that this person's possibly doing later on.
This segment is brought to you by Pizza Hut. Extra pepperoni meat lovers pizza, half off right now. Make sure you get it with cheese stuffed in the crust. We love impregnating cows, killing their babies, selling the milk that was intended for the baby so that you can have cheese inside of the crust. That's what we're all about in America. If you touch a cat, though, that's your ass. Go to jail forever. Sorry.
Now that Democratic nominee Graham Platner has officially ended his campaign, the party is looking for someone to replace him. Democrats have less than 3 weeks to find a new candidate by July 27th. That's the deadline. In an emergency meeting yesterday, members voted in favor of a nominating convention process to select the new nominee. The date of the expedited convention has not been set just yet, but will reportedly feature 500 delegates from the state's counties. State Party Executive Director Devin Murphy Anderson spoke last night with Lawrence O'Donnell about what comes next.
The process that we have put in place to convene a nominating convention was voted on by those Maine Democrats. And that vote passed with over 82% of the vote, which is a full endorsement of the direction that we are taking to replace this nominee. We are, of course, going to require folks to talk to Maine voters in some way that's going to
Trust us, we're Democrats.
qualify them to be our U.S. Senate nominee beyond just declaring their intent. What that will most likely look like is petition collection from Maine Democratic voters across the state.
Let's go live to Bangor, Maine, and MS Now congressional reporter Kevin Fry. So, Kevin, talk about, first of all, the reaction you're seeing in Maine from Maine voters, and then I'd love to hear.
I am Zach Son. A good pussycat joke is always welcome. Thank you.
More analysis on the next steps here and how that's going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, the general sense from, for example, one voter I was talking to last night who I met the last time I was here a couple weeks ago, who was already kind of frustrated with the slew of stories that was coming out against Platner, about Platner's past, was finally, she texted me last night, finally we can turn the page on all of this and maybe get a nominee without so much baggage being the implication. At the same time, there is a nervousness among some voters, among some Democrats, that of course, all of this chaos of the last couple of weeks could spell trouble for their effort to finally unseat Susan Collins in November. That, of course, has been an ambition that's gone back 2 decades now for Democrats here in Maine. Nonetheless, one of the things that kind of stood out to me from Graham Platner's remarks last night in that 11-minute video was how much he continued to lean into this message that this was the party going after him, trying to get him out of the way. And
He still blames the party? Dude, the party put this woman up to calling you a rapist? Is that what you're going with? The party. The Democratic Party, who can't even stand up to Donald Trump. You're saying that they found this woman and convinced her to come forward about you raping her? Is that what you're going with, Graham? Really, Graham? That's what you're going with. I mean, honestly, why don't you just go with what all the other rapists go with? I mean, or even the non-rapists. She's crazy. That's all you got to say. Everyone believes you. She's crazy. That always works. Sometimes it's true. I think usually it's not true, but sometimes it is. Sometimes bitches be crazy. That's all you got to say. Instead, it's a secret cabal of Democrats who have somehow convinced a woman to come forward with credible allegations of rape. It's Biden's fault. Yeah, it's Biden for sure. Yeah, exactly. It's funny, pussy abuse. I had this coworker once. He was gay and he was so funny, and he had that voice, like a very flamboyant personality, and he would say, like, you gotta punch that kitty, honey. You're gonna punch that kitty, honey. What are you doing this weekend? You gonna punch the kitty? You always say punch the kitty, and it became a thing. Like, we were using like the label printer saying punch the kitty, and everyone just kind of knew at the workplace what that meant. Punch the kitty, honey. You gotta punch the kitty, punch it. Shit.
By inference, basically trying to eliminate the voices of those that supported him. Now, will all voters rally behind that sort of call? It doesn't seem that way. There have been plenty that I've spoken to over the last several days who have basically said, when I press them, like, if it's not Platner, if it's someone else, even if it's not, with the same platform that Platner may have espoused, would you still vote for them or would you sit out? And they were essentially like, well, I'm still going to vote for the Democrat, of course. But if there are some folks, and we have found them here in Maine, who will still be susceptible to that argument that this is all about the Democratic Party trying to push Platner out of the way, that he rallied against the party so
Are there
much
any
that they're
third-party
trying to get rid of him.
candidates
There are at least some
in
voters, at least that I've
Maine
talked to over the last
Senate
several days,
race
where that will
that are
resonate with them.
left
So will the
of
messaging
Graham
from last night have
Platner?
implication? There's a possibility. The other thing, when you mentioned kind of the next steps here, they have about 18 days now to try to figure out who their nominee is going to be by that deadline. One of the things to keep an eye on, as you mentioned, is that over the next few days, we expect the various county parties to come up with their delegates. Will McDuffie and I, one of our other MS Now reporters, were told, as you mentioned, between 500 and 600 delegates. We don't know where that convention is going to take place or the exact timeline, but part of the argument from the party is that they're trying to be, as they phrase it, transparent. That is trying to, you can kind of...
Okay, so we have Paige Loud, a 29-year-old social worker who has officially filed paperwork to replace Platner. She explicitly says she intends to carry forward an anti-imperialist, anti-billionaire vision. Love it. Paige Loud, you got my vote. If I lived there, I would do that. Troy Jackson, a former state Senate president, union logger, an ally of prominent political figures. He is running with the backing of Our Revolution, though some note his historical social policy record is more conservative than Platner's. All right, so I'm thinking the 29-year-old. I'm going with the 29-year-old, Paige Loud. I'm sure she's got fewer Reddit threads that she's said racist shit on. Let's go with that. 14% of the trolls. No, man, I'm telling you, Johnny Vegancy, you don't think people tell me all the time. No, have you ever seen Gallagher? The guy, he's got the sledgehammer. Can anybody tell me they've seen Gallagher? He's got this. He's a comedian. He dresses kind of funny. Or he might. I don't know if he's still alive. He had this bit where he would smash these things. He smash usually like a watermelon. He had this big mallet and he would smash shit as part of his act. It'd be a big joke. It was quite funny. When I was a kid, I thought it was hilarious. He made lots of money smashing stuff. But people, when he started putting kittens and puppies and he would smash them with the giant mallet, people still watched it. It was totally the same act. People laughed. They had a good time. They thought it was great. It was just like smashing watermelon. Smashing a puppy with a giant mallet is the same as smashing a watermelon with a giant mallet. This is the contention. This is what they say. It's the same. Plants have feelings. That's why it's the same to smash a kitten with a giant mallet as it is to smash a tomato or a watermelon. It's the same thing.
Today, unfortunately, we have been reporting on an unusually high number of fires, some of them caused by fireworks. But the story you're about to see is different. You're about to see a Sumner man's choice: jump into action and save his and his neighbors' homes from burning down.
Graham Platner looks like an evil Simon Pegg. He kind of does look like an evil Simon. He looks like if they made, remember when he played Scotty, and if they went to the Mirrorverse and Scotty met the Mirrorverse Scotty, he'd look like Graham Platner.
Or pause to put on underwear first. Here's what happened. It was just after midnight on July 5th when a concerned neighbor rang Wesley Howard's doorbell to alert his family about this.
What? Hey, something's going on in your backyard.
Now, this fire, which Wesley said started with a smoldering firework
naked and unafraid,
in a neighbor's garbage can, was spreading through Wesley's fence just a few feet away from both homes.
But I was dead asleep in the bedrooms. And when I came running out to the top of the stairs to kind of see what was going on, I could see out the window right here in between the two houses that it was just glowing bright orange.
With an instant to react, Wesley recalled his Navy training, which required immediate action.
I looked out the window. I saw it was a raging fire as much as I could see. So I had two options: run back in the bedroom and get some shorts, or run straight down the stairs outside and grab a hose and start firefighting. So that's what I did.
Wesley knew the naked truth, grabbing his hose took priority over grabbing his shorts.
Come on, that's so funny. Whoever's they're working overtime. Naked Truth grabbed his hose, and they see the hose flops down. Those are all visual dick jokes on the local news. Kiro 7, way to go.
And I ran
live, local, in depth. Welcome. Oh man, I love this. Home sweet home. Welcome. God, America. Look at this beautiful American home. This Cape Cod style with the what do they call those chairs right there? I forget what those chairs are called. Adirondack. Are those Adirondack chairs? I think those are Adirondack chairs. I mean, Adirondack chair. Yeah, that's an Adirondack chair, baby. Classic, bro. We need more Adirondack. Why is it even called an Adirondack? I don't even know why. Why is it called an Adirondack chair? Why is it called? Why do they call it that? Because they were named after the Adirondack Mountains in the upstate New York region, first developed in the area by Thomas Lee in 1903. Wow, it's popular at local tuberculosis sanatoriums in the mountain resorts, and now they're everywhere. What? I love looking at shit like that up. They were invented for people recovering from tuberculosis, and now we have them everywhere in America. Adirondack. I used to have one in my backyard. It rotted. It was too old. That's the greatest thing about Adirondack chairs. They just get old and then they fall apart. Adirondack chairs. There we go.
And straight out the front door. Didn't really have time to see how big the fire was. Just came running down, naked and everything, and around the corner.
What else was big that day?
Didn't see if there was anybody out here watching or what was going on. I just knew I had to get to that garden hose as fast as I could.
So Wesley bared the flames in the buff, burning his toes on hot embers.
And it was huge. The flames were shooting at least 7 or 8 feet above the fence on their side, and the flames were starting to come through on our side of the fence and starting to catch the brush and the plastic wagon that we had sitting right there. So it was starting to spread fast.
Wearing nothing but his birthday suit, Wesley bravely battled the fire, and he likely saved both houses.
Train for it, but you never know how you're going to act when the situation arises.
His pubes are all getting singed. He's all like... He's like, the burning hair smell. Never mind all that burning hair smell.
By the time Sumner PD and East Pierce Fire and Rescue...
A lot of time, bald guys, they're really hairy downstairs. You know, they're like bears down here, but they got nothing up here. Like Sean Connery. Sean Connery was bald as a buzzard, but he was hairier than a bear.
Responded, Wesley had found some shorts. The fire was under control, but you can still hear fireworks exploding while firefighters were inspecting.
One more reason why fireworks should no longer be loud.
Because his home's now intact, Wesley told us the takeaways are douse your fireworks, and you got to have a plan just in case you're over-challenged, even if you're underdressed.
Maybe next time I'll have clothes on when I do it.
As the cost of living continues to rise.
I think that's beautiful. What a great time. What a great place. I love it. Good for them. Good for them. Your grandparents were bootleggers that died from tuberculosis. Did they die in Adirondack chairs? They left your grandma an orphan. Wow. Testosterone can do that. The baldness, I don't know. I guess that's I'm guessing it's genetic. I don't know. It looks like bald guys always are super hairy everywhere else but their heads. I don't know. But I don't know. I haven't seen that many grown men naked, but but I have seen Sean Connery without his shirt on, and he was hairy as a motherfucker, and he was bald. He always wore wigs. So I apply that for all other men. That guy, for some reason, that dude gave me hairy man energy. I couldn't tell from the video, but he was bald. And I believe that he was a hairy man.
In the United States, people are finding it more and more difficult to make ends meet, and older Americans are feeling it more than most.
And as Paul Salmon reports, that's forcing many retirees to unretire.
How you doing? 71-year-old Christine Drinks, the first face folks see at a veteran support group just outside Atlanta.
This is what we're doing now in America. We're unretiring people.
Did you ever expect to be working at this age?
No, absolutely not.
Never even thought.
No.
How old's this lady?
No.
She ain't gonna even put her wig on. She's fuck that. I ain't going. I'll go back to work, but I'm not putting the wig back on. Fuck you.
Not at all.
Do you feel put upon that you have to work?
Yes. Yes.
You think it's unfair?
It is, most definitely. I mean, you work all your life, so this is what you look forward to, retirement, and you're thinking that you're going to be okay. You had called and needed help with...
Drinks retired.
Damn, I wouldn't want her to be in my office manager. She does not want to come to work.
In Maryland a couple of years ago to come down to Georgia to care for her 96-year-old mom.
From back in my mom's day, you were okay because they got to retire at a very early age, and they got to retire and enjoy their life. That's not like that anymore. Mm-mm.
God, it'd be so cool to retire at like 50, you know? That'd be so nice. Wouldn't that be nice? It's just like, you got enough. It's all right. Chill, just chill. Wouldn't it be cool if we took care of old people in this country?
It's just too much with the price of everything. It's very, very difficult out here for elderly people.
How about we just let old people get everything for free? How about we just do that? I know, like, everyone's like, oh, no, we can't pay for everything. How about just let old people just get whatever you want? If you're over 50, Go into the store, take what you need. Everyone else has to pay. See how long we can hold on to that.
And it's really sad that we were put in that boat, but that's where we are.
Her Social Security doesn't cover the new cost of living, so I asked, do you have savings?
Yes. Yes.
Are you drawing it down?
Yes. Yes. Oh, am I?
Did you ever expect to have to eat cat food? Oh, and your cat. Because that's the thing. You got to have a cat, and then you eat the cat, and then the people at the store, they don't raise any eyebrows if you continue to buy cat food because they don't know that you ate your cat. But now you're eating the cat food. It's cheaper than eating like McDonald's or something. Actually, McDonald's is cheaper than cat food. What are they putting in McDonald's that it's cheaper than cat food?
How long before it goes away?
I don't know. I'm trying to, curtail the best I can. Trying.
For the elderly, as for most
that sound of that laugh, that sound of that laugh just hit me hard, man. It's like that's that sound, that gallows humor. I feel like that's the most American thing I've heard in months. That laugh that woman just had, just like. I feel like that's the laugh. That's the American laugh. Just like fucking the absurdity of it all. Yes, I've worked my whole life. Yes, I've sold my soul. I did everything I could so that I wouldn't have to do this. I followed all the rules. I stayed out of jail. I minded my P's and Q's. I didn't kill nobody. Even all the times I wanted to kill people, I never did it. And here I am working. Back to work. Back to work. Back to work.
Retirees, financial insecurity is the driver, though folks also return to work for so-called good reasons, like a sense of purpose. But mainly,
right now, when it's hard to find a job, when you have high inflation, you're going to tend to see people unretire for the bad reasons.
Moreover, says economist Jeffrey Sanzenbacher,
People who have to unretire for economic reasons can be a lot less choosy. So they're going to come back to whatever they can find, and they're probably going to make less than they did before, and probably not because they're taking a job they like more.
stories of older Americans working, all the rage online, like 78-year-old food delivery driver Richard Pulley. He came out of retirement when his wife lost her job in an economy with inflation at its highest rate since April 2023.
I kind of feel like that's kind of I think it's beneath a 78-year-old. I don't know. I feel like a 70. Maybe I would want to do a little food delivery job at 78. Drive around Tula. I don't know. I've gotten into some Ubers, like going to airports and stuff, and gotten picked up by an old timer. And they're always got interesting shit. They're like, I just like driving around, talking to folks. I'm so isolated these days. I just like driving around, talking to you young whippersnappers. I'll drive you to the airport. That seems like sucks, but I mean, I don't know.
I have cut down on buying for anything at all that is not really necessary, like basic things, food, hygiene, cleaning items.
Orlando-based Myrna Colombo feels the economic pressure too. Unretired at age 63, now working as a nurse's aide, she makes between $12 and $16 an hour. When do you think you'll be able to retire?
$12 or $16 an hour?
For real?
I don't see it. Number one, I have to be very realistic at the current status. I don't see it.
Ever?
No, I do not see it. I have to go back to work because of medical expenses, bills.
Same for Richard Levinsky in Northern Florida, an environmental administrator now making $7.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you're a Sky City Rebel, thank you so much for being here. If you're not a Sky City Rebel, what the hell, man? Become a Sky City Rebel. You get extra streams, extra chats. You get extra love in the chat. Extra thank yous. Thank you, Sky City Rebels, for being here. Become a Sky City Rebel channel member. Become a channel member today. Support local media. Support independent media. Support anarchist voices. Support your favorite content creator or whatever the hell I am. Your favorite broadcaster.
$55,000 a year.
Health insurance was pretty expensive, and my wife and I both definitely need insurance. We've got
Yes, Media Devil, thank you.
chronic conditions that require regular care. My father-in-law's health declined, and we spent a considerable amount of money in his end-of-life care. So by the time, after all of that, most of my retirement savings.
See, pause a track. I think that everybody should be working like 15 hours. Let's just do 15 hours. Why can't we all just work 15 hours? I love this. You tell me we can't get shit done in 15 hours and then just hang out for the rest of the time. I feel like we can. I feel like we can all get a lot done. Let's make sure everyone works their 15 hours. And then no one will not have a job because it'll just take more people. You got to hire more people. What, you only work 15 hours? Yeah, it's enough. It's enough to live. I just need to work 15 hours. Well, that means I got to hire 2 bartenders, one for Monday through Wednesday and the other one for Thursday through Sunday. Yeah, that's what you got to do. Yeah. Yeah, sounds like it. And Well, that's not fair. Sounds pretty fair to me.
Was gone. So I started looking for work.
More than half of Americans say they can't afford medications and needed health care, a 5-year low, even though Americans have been retiring later.
There was a long trend towards earlier and earlier retirements as people had pensions and as Social Security came online. And that started to flip in the 90s. And so we've seen about a 2-year increase since the turn of the century.
But landing a job for retirees returning to work, no piece of cake.
Okay, so, I mean, what if... do you think these people have their houses paid off? Like, maybe they should just... I hate to say this. Like, I feel like a lot of these folks, they still got mortgages they're paying off and stuff. That's why the bills are so high. Like, I'm trying to eliminate bills right now. I'm trying to buy my house in cash, have my car paid off, take care of that shit, so hope that car doesn't break. Get some solar panels so I don't have to pay the government any money for the electricity. Don't pay some company, because that's the thing. They can raise the electricity prices, but if you got your own electricity, they can't. And that's what, like, with Donald Trump, like, I'm paying more electricity now. I'm using less and paying more because Donald Trump's tariffs spiked the cost of the infrastructure maintenance. So now I'm paying more. Fucking bullshit. If I had solar panels, they couldn't jack my prices around. So, like, I feel like that's the new game, right? Insulate yourself from this type of shit. Grow a couple vegetables. Just grow some vegetables, because at the end of the day, rice and beans are always going to be cheap. But if you grow like tomatoes and some lettuce, some garlic, maybe some onions, now you're like, they can jack your prices up, maybe some shit, but you've got a little bit of, you're pretty safe now. Now you could probably make it, you know. That's my hope anyway. I think that maybe that's the name of the game for the future. Try to insulate yourself from, try to not have a mortgage. Yeah, taxes never stop. That's true. But even if you don't pay your taxes on time, or you don't pay them in full, it's very hard for them to get you out of your house that you own. They can do it if you just say, I'm not paying shit. They'll send the cops and kill you. But if you're paying regularly, and let's say there's a depression or something and no one's paying their taxes, and you're paying, like, I'll pay $1 a month, that's all I can afford, they'll let you stay. You're doing a good faith payment. You could keep that going for a while. You can. So yeah, you're right. The taxes never stop. You're totally right about that. But you're paying the taxes anyway if you're renting, and they can jack up your rent. If you got a mortgage, a lot of they could jack up the percentages. Some people have sliding scale. What do they call it? Adjustable mortgage. And all of a sudden, you're paying 4%, and next year you're paying 7% interest. I don't know. But you're right. You're right. Taxes are forever. You're not getting out of that. But that's not what's hurting these people. The taxes isn't what's getting these folks. These old folks that are, like, the reason why over 50% of Americans aren't retiring is not because of taxes. Taxes suck. Don't get me wrong. I'm on the same page as you are, but taxes, they are what they are, right? We pay them, and then we argue about how they're spent. That's the plan. That's how America works. But it's not really the taxes that are fucking the middle class right now. They suck, but that's not what's keeping these old people working.
It took me over 2 years. Jobs look at you like you don't have a whole lot of life left for me to hire you.
The unretirement rate actually peaked in 2022, in part because of a strong job market post-pandemic. But says
yeah, I think when I move, I forget what I did the calculation, but I'm paying $700 a month for taxes right now, and when I move, it'll be cut in half. I'll be paying $350 for taxes. That'll be my rent. And at the end of the day, I should be, that's okay. Like $350 a month pays for the roads and the potholes and the stuff in my city. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. You're right. Universal health. Yeah, it all comes back to that, right, Shai? You're right. You're right. It all comes back to that, right? If all these folks had health care, they can't afford their medication. You're absolutely right. The medication is a big problem. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. But how do you insulate yourself from that? You try to stay healthy, right? The only way to insulate yourself from medication is to exercise more, keep walking, keep staying healthy, try to live in a place that isn't full of pollution, right? I mean, like, I don't know. How do you do that? You paid $50,000 for your house? Holy shit, where the hell do you live? 1927? What year is it where you live, Melissa Sweetser? Are you living in the past? Are you time traveling right now? $50,000 for a house? Where are you? Are you in one of those are you in one of those little neighborhoods in Detroit that the Detroit police don't reply to anymore? Where are you when you can find a house for $50,000?
The Economist compared to so much of the recent past.
Now we have a rising cost of living and not necessarily as many job openings. And that's what's going to be something I'm really keeping an eye on is, can people unretire even if they want to? Back then, they wanted to, they could.
Our final unretiree, 80-year-old Anita Sawyer, a $7.25 an hour receptionist at the courthouse in Cuthbert, Georgia.
I was working at the sewing factory up in Cuthbert. Made curtains, bedspreads.
After the factory closed,
I've done different things. Really retired. And
that guy was insane, though, Johnny. He wasn't trying to be healthy. He was trying to live forever with crazy, weird shit and all sorts of drugs and stuff. That guy, of course, he's got some incurable stomach disease. He was killing himself with all those treatments. I think, like, trying to live clean, eat well, get enough exercise. I think but that guy, you know, you can overdo it the other way too. Just like if you took a bottle of vitamin C and took it, you might die. You get real sick. You'll definitely have hives and stuff. You'll break out.
2005.
Why did you go back to work?
Because I needed the money. I needed that extra money.
I like this ad. I needed the money.
Survive on.
What would you do to the house, for example, if you had more money?
I'd have a lot of done stuff in like my bathroom and my kitchen. I would like to be able to go somewhere for a couple of days just to get away, just to have a fun day, just to get out.
But you're not thinking of going to like Italy or something?
No. I don't want to go over there. No.
What about another state?
Well, Alabama.
Back in northern Georgia, I asked Christine Drinks to sum up.
A lot of people want to be just retired.
All she wants to do is go to Alabama.
And I know people who are doing some really
that lady's big dream is to go to Alabama.
strenuous jobs like in the factory.
She can't afford to go to Alabama.
Doing things that they haven't done before.
How hard is it on them physically?
They go to work, and when they come,
You're in upstate New York, huh? You're over there. Yeah, I know where Catskills are. That's over by like where Woodstock and stuff. I've seen those houses. It's pretty rural out there. You got cow farms and shit by you. I've been through there on the way to Ithaca. Cool. That's cool. I didn't know houses cost $50,000 out there.
home from work, they fix their dinner and they go to bed. And then they're up in the morning doing the same thing all over. 5 days a week.
Drinks consoles one elderly friend in particular.
What does she say to you on the phone when you talk?
She cries a lot.
Crying about the fact that she has to work in the
Yeah, that
factory?
she's really upset. She's exhausted. So
Shit, I'm exhausted. Fucking
brush
looking
fire
at
coming
the
close to homes in Encino.
We have team coverage on the sweltering heat across Southern California. Danny Romero has a look at your weather, and we begin with Leo Stallworth. He's live in Encino with the latest on that fire.
Man, I was really hoping that we weren't going to have a bunch of fires this
Well, we're
year.
about a mile downwind of the fire. Even though that fire was somewhat small when it kicked off, didn't get too large. Firefighters say flames got dangerously close to homes before they were able to beat those flames back and get this fire under control. Here's more. The brush fire near the Encino Reservoir and Sepulveda Basin, prompting evacuation warnings this afternoon.
What they found was about a 50 by 50 spot fire that was believed to have been caused by some power line that came down.
Power line. What do you know? What do you know? Is anyone going to jail over it? They negligence of our power company.
Our firefighters immediately did an aggressive attack. We have our hand crews here as well, and they were mopping up that fire.
Anybody dead?
And just up the hillside, another spot fire broke out because of the energized power line that hit the ground there. They immediately left that 50 by 50 spot and went up to that other fire, which was associated with this fire only because it was the same power line.
The fire broke out shortly before 12:30 this afternoon in the 4500 block of North Encino Avenue, south of Ventura Boulevard. Firefighters say flames burned.
That's kind of sort of near where I grew up. It's crazy, man.
Joining us now, Pennsylvania.
The Sepulveda Basin. Finally, here we go. We're going to see what John Fetterman thinks. I love it. You guys love John Fetterman, right? Hold on. This guy's saying that is Trump your president? I don't know. Does Trump represent you? Does Trump represent you? See, he doesn't represent anybody. He represents the corporations. Let's do this. Does Trump represent you? Here we go. Let's see, because someone's in the chat talking shit. Is beating a cat to death the same as stepping on a tomato? 13% of you say yes, totally the same thing.
Senator John Fetterman over the phone. Senator, thank you for calling in and joining us. What did you make of that announcement?
I'd say that the trash took itself out. You know,
This fucking guy. This guy is so up. This guy loves being on Fox News.
threw it out. Yeah, and now he leaves an accused rapist. He's the guy that spent. He'll be remembered. A guy.
Why isn't Fetterman this upset about Donald Trump's rape allegations? That's what I want. John Fetterman is a Democrat. Why isn't John Fetterman more intensely interested in, I don't know, the Epstein files and all the rape allegations in there? How come he's not interested in the rape allegations against Donald J. Trump? Why is he only interested in the rape allegations against Platner? He's got strong opinions about Platner.
It's been 10 years in Kick, the platform. That's the Predator's Paradise. He now
Shout out to
defiled his
Kick.
marriage and sent sexual messages to women as a newlywed, you know, and all the things he said. Now he gets to go away. He can go back online. He can go around doing all the kinds of things. But yeah, the trash took itself out tonight. And now finally, people in Maine have a chance to really vote on someone that's not a piece of trash.
How would you like to see that process carried out in Maine?
I don't know, but it's like he gave that weird long speech.
Your mom bought a house in Ithaca for $64,000. Ithaca's nice. What's that college up there called? I went to the university up there and did I was there for a talk for Crystal. Dr. Crystal Heath did a talk up there. And what's that college in Ithaca called? What is that place called? What's the university in Ithaca, New York called? Cornell. That's it. Cornell. I went to Cornell and was there for a talk. It was cool. Yeah. You think it's Israel? Is it Israel? Let's see. Okay, so 85% of you say no on the Donald Trump. Does he represent you? Okay, great. That's a great answer. Let's do one more. Which rape allegation is more concerning? Platner or Trump? Which one is more concerning? I just want to know. They didn't seem cool. They didn't seem stuck up to me, but it was nice. It was nice camp. It was beautiful there. It was beautiful. I don't know. I didn't know it was. I went to the law school, and my boss back then, I was a freelancer, but my collaborator was doing a speech, and I helped her out, and it was cool. It was nice. I don't know. I don't really have a huge opinion, except that it was a pretty university and a pretty town. Ithaca and Cornell are pretty places.
There are a whole variety of different things that I wish I could share about the threats that were made against us.
In 2025, Roger Alford took a job in President Trump's Department of Justice because he believed he could help people.
I thought we were going to be focused on the average American.
Roger's job was to investigate powerful corporate monopolies.
Live Nation, the owner of Ticketmaster, runs a harmful monopoly and overcharges fans.
Patients have been forced to pay millions more for the services since
A little weird,
they
huh?
say a monopoly started forming.
They stole money from the public and they took food off people's tables.
He noticed a disturbing trend. In order to get their mergers approved, a lot of these companies were hiring million-dollar fixers to cut shady backroom deals. And when Roger and others spoke up, they were fired.
It was a genuine shock.
What Roger saw is just the tip of the iceberg. We investigated, and what we found was a pattern of corruption that goes all the way to the top. Massive corporations buying off the government agencies that are meant to protect us, and instead leaving us vulnerable to limited choices, junk fees, and sky-high prices.
This is the reason we have those laws. Companies should not be able to treat people that way. These were jam jobs. These were politically driven deals waved through because the right lobbyists or the right payoffs happened.
They say companies should not be allowed to treat us that way. Well, that's why we have the government to protect us from them in this capitalist fuckfest. Yes, but the corporations are allowed to give the politicians money, but they're the ones that are supposed to protect us, though. Freedom of speech, though, and corporations are people. Thank you, Citizens United. What a great system we have in America. Can somebody tell me one country where capitalism worked?
We'll show you the pattern we uncovered and introduce you to the unprecedented bipartisan team that's stepping up to protect working Americans from corporate greed.
We're going to do right by our consumers. We've got a job to do.
So good luck.
Here with more reaction, Fox News contributors Ari Fleischer, Caitlin McGee-White, and former U.S. Senator and candidate for U.S. Senate in New Hampshire, Scott Brown. We'll start with you, Senator, and soon-to-be Senator Scott Brown. What is going on in New England? We're told everybody in Maine
I don't know.
has an independent streak and you do things differently.
I swear to God, I don't know what is going on with Kelly. Every time I look at Kellyanne Conway, she's looking young. Is she Benjamin Button? Is she going the opposite direction from the rest of us?
This guy was a terrible candidate because he's a terrible person. He's not a great husband, not a great man. And yet people that you have served with in the Senate previously that you know stuck by him much after so many of these serious allegations had come to light. How do you explain this?
Well, it's really hard to explain, Kellyanne. I mean, you look at Cory Booker, he said, we just need a win. So the standards obviously have been reduced. It's no longer the party of JFK or Clinton or even Obama. It's the Platner party. It's the Mamdani party. And the Democratic Socialists are trying to take it over.
Party?
And you have people like Elizabeth Warren. He's my kind of guy, I'm paraphrasing. And then you have Bernie Sanders. Just put
How the hell is this the Platner party?
him and others like him to destroy not only the Democrat party, but obviously trying to destroy, I feel, the country. Now, you look, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get rid of Susan Collins. And respectfully, whether he was in or out, she was going to win again. And I just thought, they're doing it obviously because they need to get a replacement. It'll probably be Janet Mills, I would think, again.
Kaylee, I think they just took too long. And I got to say tonight that the Democratic donors are not the courageous ones. They're a pack of lemmings who just stroke a check against Trump, against Republicans, calling themselves a socialist. But they took too long because the courageous people here are the women who came forward. It's hard, Kaylee, for these women to come forward against the machine, against the Democratic machine, and speak out. But how do you feel tonight? Do you think that that justice and morality won out here, Kaylee, over politics? Or do you feel this was not about morality, it was about electability for the Democrats?
Oh, I think it's totally about electability. However, I think that morality has won out for the women who did come forward. Look, I have zero.
This is so crazy. How can a fucking Republican get up there and say that women win because the Platner, like, it's so crazy. Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist with several more allegations. He cheated on all three of his wives. One of his wives wrote a book, and in that book said that he raped her and ripped out handfuls of her hair while doing it. I mean, I think that this is not how women have won. I don't think women have won shit. How have women won anything?
Sympathy for Graham Platner, who has been handed just about everything in life and whose history of abhorrent behavior began long before these latest allegations, and yet still has somehow found
Like, listen to that. Has been handed everything in life. Are you out of your fucking... Like, Donald Trump has never had a job. He's never worked for anybody except for his daddy. He's never had a driver's license. He's never driven a car. Donald Trump has never driven a car because he's always had daddy paying for somebody to drive him places. He's never had to work. He spends 25% of his time playing golf.
to make himself the victim in all of this. But you know what? The Democrats deserve every single second of this. What a spectacular embarrassment for the party this entire candidacy has been. Essentially, what they have communicated to voters in Maine is that they were just fine with the Totenkopf tattoo, the Nazi tattoo. They were just fine with his sexist and racist Reddit comments. They were just fine with him sexting other women days after getting married. They were just fine with a host of other scandals, including allegations that he locked Lindsay Fifield, one of his ex-girlfriends, in a room because she was a conservative woman. So of course the Democrats don't care about that. But
It's so disgusting. Like, I totally agree, but like, I agree with what she's saying, but then how does she not apply the same standards to Donald Trump? I don't get it. How are they so, like, isn't that the galling thing? Like, I hate Graham Platner too. I agree with everything she's saying about how the Democrats have lowered their standards and all that shit. It's one of the reasons I hate Democrats. But then you're like, okay, well, cool. So you hate all that. I hate all that too. I also hate about Donald Trump. Oh, no, that's different. He's a victim. Boys will be boys after all. And those women are all sluts. What?
a second person has,
Like, how am I supposed to, how do you reconcile that? How do maggers, how could it not be a cult if that's the case? If you look at Graham Platner and you hate him for all the obvious reasons, but you love Donald Trump, like, forget about consistency. Like, that's how I know you're in a cult, because you only hate him because he's a Democrat. You don't actually hate him because he's a rapist. You don't actually hate him because he's treats women poorly. You don't actually hate him because of the Totenkopf tattoo.
died in a Miramar triple shooting that happened over the 4th of July holiday. Tonight, the family of the two victims speaking out for the first time about their devastating loss and who these individuals really were. CBS News Miami's Joan Murray is your reporter live in Pompano Beach at Blanche Ely High School, where the two victims had quite a legacy. Joan?
I don't know who this influencer is.
Yeah, they were very well known here at Blanche Ely High School. The two were more like brother and sister. They attended the school and graduated in 2023. They spent all their time together, and they spent their last moments together.
It's hard. It's hard to navigate.
Saying a final goodbye to his son was something Arthur Johnson never imagined.
They didn't deserve this.
That's his son AJ with his niece Brianna during their final year in high school, when AJ was named Mr. Senior and Brianna crowned Miss Blanche Ely.
I raised those kids. They weren't no troublemakers, and set the record straight. My son had no type of gang affiliation.
Okay. Early Sunday, AJ, Brianna Johnson, and another friend, he said, were dropping someone off in Miramar when the unthinkable happened. In this surveillance, you see a white sedan pull up next to their rented green Lamborghini, and a shooter starts firing. Brianna was killed. AJ died of his injuries Tuesday. Thank you. Brianna Johnson had gained a following as a social media influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok and Instagram. His father says AJ was an entrepreneur building a clothing line. Do you have any clue on how they found themselves next to that other car?
I can say that wasn't a robbery attempt.
Miramar police are running down leads, looking into
She just got assassinated?
whether there was a fight somewhere before the shooting. Police tell me the group had been to a mansion Airbnb party, a nightclub, and stopped at 2 gas stations.
I made about it. I'm a term.
Got killed in a Lamborghini SUV?
It's into something good.
And to that end, next week, Pompano Beach, in conjunction with the Johnson family, is planning an anti-violence, anti-gun demonstration memorial for the two. The Johnson family is preparing to bury AJ and Brianna.
Jesus, lost both of them in an assassination. How is that? That's horrible. Arturo, what are you talking about? So, yo, Sky, you want to walk back? You claims that giving social programs through capitalism is not socialism. You know that's I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, weirdo. I don't know what you're talking about, weirdo. It's a call-in show. Call in. You can explain yourself.
It's time for Seen and Unseen, where we reveal the stories behind the headlines. For that, we turn to Fox News contributor Raymond Arroyo. All right, Raymond, President Trump had a busy day, so I'm over there in Turkey meeting with NATO leaders, but he had no time for one particular country.
That country would have been Spain, Laura. You may have heard of it. Trump said that NATO ally.
Have you heard of it? Do you know what scum is?
Isn't pulling its weight.
I spoke to Germany. I spoke to France. I spoke to UK. Spoke to Italy. I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do.
This fucking weirdo. Spain is a wasted cause. Yeah. Okay, Grandpa, Spain. Okay, you don't like Spanish people. They speak Mexican in Spain. Nobody knew that they speak Mexican in Spain. Nobody knew, but turns out they do. Nobody knew. They speak Mexican in Spain.
Any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain.
They don't pay. Again, you don't pay NATO. You don't pay NATO. You understand? NATO, in order to be a member, a percentage of your GDP goes towards military preparedness. You don't pay. It's not like fucking Sam's Club. It's not a Costco membership. It's I buy enough bullets so that I can be prepared for if the Russians attack us. That's what it's for. I spend up to 3% of my GDP on military preparedness. They don't pay me. They're not paying. Fucking asshole. Love you, Sky. I love you, Melissa Sweetser. Thank you so much, Sky. Peace and love to the chat. Fan of this daily morning show. Thank you for being part of my morning ritual, Melissa Sweetser. Thank you so much, Melissa Sweetser. You're a wonderful human being. Thank you. If you're not a Sky City Rebel, become a Sky City Rebel. Thank you so much for the $5 because I'm going to buy coffee.
Deadbeat Spain, deadbeat socialists.
As unorthodox as this diplomacy is, Laura, all the other NATO countries had pledged 5% of their GDP for their mutual defense. Spain was the holdout. We have breaking news. Since that, he said that this morning. Spain has come forward, and the president says they've honored a request for payment. Now he's very happy with Spain. So the Trump
gets results.
Diplomacy, I guess, comes through. But look, that wasn't the only tension in Turkey, Laura. There was a lot of tension between presidents.
She's so. There's tension in Turkey. Uh-oh, Maloney. She hates
Trump and Italian.
Did you know they speak Mexican in Italy?
Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni.
It's like a different
Now,
style. It's a different style of Mexican in Italy. They talk Mexican there, and nobody knew. Nobody knew in Italy that they talk Mexican. Maloney baloney. That's what I call it. Maloney baloney. She's a Mexican.
Still not over Italy's refusal to allow the U.S. to use its bases during the Iran conflict. They didn't even look at each other during the NATO family picture. You'll see, look, Georgia keeps
Look
looking.
at this slouching piece of garbage. Look at everyone else is standing up straight, not Donald Trump. He's like,
where do you want me to say?
Away as he passes, Trump was more gracious when asked about the Maloney fracas.
I think she's a nice person, actually. We had a bad relationship, but it became a little bad because she refused to help us, but she refused to get involved with the hormone state.
see, this motherfucker hates anyone who represents a democracy because they can't just do dictator shit. Like she decides. You think that everybody else is a dictator because you want to be a dictator and you love dictators. She ain't a dictator. She's got people to answer to back home. They're called the people.
Or you could also say
Most people who represent people care about the people that they represent. Donald Trump doesn't represent human beings. He only represents corporations. So he doesn't give a shit about you. He already says he doesn't consider your financial situations. He does not care about how many of your children need to die in a war with Iran. He does not care how many of your children will go hungry because you're paying too much for gas prices. He does not care. Any little bit, not even one iota does he even give you. It's not even on his fucking radar.
Oh, you know, Laura, I mean, here's how I feel about it. Look, as somebody who's half Italian, don't fight with the Italian woman. You're only going to lose. Go make up with her, Mr. President. Look, she's one of only two world leaders who attended his inauguration. They agree on migration. They agree on what Maloney calls the woke culture. So I know they had this fracas over what Pope Leo said in the Iran war, but that's the thing of the past now. Get over it and make up, I think. Time to kiss and make up and have a pasta.
Yeah, I mean, she's playing to her crowd, too. I mean, he has to play to, MAGA and the American people. She's trying to play to her. It's a hard balance.
This is how stupid you have to be. See, this is what I mean. How dumb you have to. You clearly don't know how NATO works. It's giving people hundreds of billions of dollars, protecting them, and them not lifting a finger to help themselves or us. You're talking about Israel? No, he loves Israel. We give them hundreds of billions of dollars, and they don't do shit except for bomb unarmed people. So no, I don't know who you're talking about. We do not give hundreds of billions of dollars to Italy or Spain. Are you insane? Are you seriously that stupid that you just are that ignorant that you think we're giving hundreds of billions of dollars to Spain? You fucking idiots. The way NATO works is, and the reason why America loves NATO, it's because we make all the bombs and all the jets and we make all the bullets, mostly. Not all of them, mostly. And the ones that we don't make, we invest in. We own those companies via our proxies. We deliver those. We deliver big jets and big bombs, big tanks, that type of shit. And we guarantee that income to our oligarchs because we have a contract with the countries of the world, our friends, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, that they have to spend 3% of every penny that they make. 3% of it, or 3.5 something, goes to buying military shit. So they got to buy it from us because we're the ones who make it. Not only that, because we're the biggest boy in NATO, in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, since we're the biggest swinging dick in the party, we get to talk about what kind of bullets to buy, what kind of jets, what kind of tanks. And it's funny enough, it's always the kind that we make. We're always making the kind that we dictate the world has to buy. It's crazy. It's guaranteed income. So it's not that we're paying them, they're paying us. And that's why Donald Trump keeps letting the cat out of the bag by saying things like, they don't pay us enough. You gotta, because that's why it's a sticking point for him. He thinks that they should, because they don't always do their 3%. Sometimes they do 2%, sometimes they do 1%, because they think that their social programs are more important than standing military. And so we say, no, you got to buy those military jets from us. You got to buy them.
The city of San Jose became the first in the state of California to sell an ADU that was converted to a condo on an existing home property.
ABC 7 Eyewitness News. South Bay reporter Dustin Dorsey spoke with a new owner.
San Jose is an incredible. This new law in California is bonkers.
Place to live, but that also makes it expensive. As a matter of fact, Redfin recently found 66% of someone's income is needed to afford a home at the median sales price. The fourth
66% just to afford your house.
highest rate in the nation. But Daniel,
You are spending, that means you work for nothing until August. You're working for nothing until August. The rest you can keep. You can eat the rest.
Flacken was able to find a place with everything he needed for a fraction of the price.
I knew there are some rules is changing to be able to make some affordable housing around, and I found the first one.
A first of its kind sale indeed. The only ADU in the state.
An ADU, I forget, what's this ADU stand for? Auxiliary domestic unit or something like that.
State of California to be sold as a separately owned condo right in the heart of San Jose. The owner of the main home on the property sold this $740.
He lives in someone's backyard, and he's paid $500,000 for this.
9 square foot 2-bedroom unit to a Flacken for $530,000.
2
days ago.
$530,000.
Similar to single family because water, electrical, everything is separate. You don't have
This is not similar to a single family dwelling, my friend.
any neighbor attached to your unit.
Do you feel like you're still getting everything you need to out of an ADU?
I believe so.
Last year, we were here when this became the first ADU condominium conversion in the state of California under Assembly Bill 1033. San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan is pleased to see a new homeowner in the unit. In a statement,
This is America's lost.
And Mahan said, we're unlocking homeownership opportunities at lower price points, one ADU at a time. We're not waiting for the cost to come down. We're using innovative policies to create affordability wherever we can. One other ADU has been approved as a condo, and 2 more are currently under review by the city. Thanks to this innovative process, Flacken was able to buy his first home in San Jose, and he hopes others can find similar luck in their search.
It will be helping people who they want to own a place more affordable and more easy to get a home.
you're the first, but I'm sure you hope you're not the last.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm not.
This is horrific. This is horrifying. We're all gonna die.
In legal news, it's day 3 in the preliminary hearing for the man charged with shooting and killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The multi-day court proceeding.
Wait, who's Charlie Kirk? Wait, Charlie Kirk's dead?
Will help a judge determine if there is enough evidence here to go to trial. And Scripps News senior national investigative correspondent.
How funny would it be? Is it auxiliary dwelling unit? Was I right about that? It's something like that, isn't it? I forget what ADU stands for. It's a casita. We call them casitas out here. We never say ADU. We call it a casita.
Lori Jane Bleha joins us now live with the latest on what happened today in court. Lori Jane, tell us about who's been on the stand. Get us up to date.
Hey, Maritza. Well, the prosecution called Agent Brian Davis to the stand as its first witness today. He's a law enforcement officer with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation who spoke with Tyler Robinson and his mother after he turned himself.
Wouldn't it be funny if there's not enough evidence to even try Tyler Robinson? I mean, I don't think there's going to be a trial. I think someone's going to kill him. But I mean, I don't think this thing's going to trial anyway. But wouldn't it be funny if it was because they didn't have enough evidence?
New video of defendant Tyler Robinson in an interview room on the day he turned himself into authorities was played in court Wednesday with no sound. This happened as witness Brian Davis, a Utah State Bureau of Investigation agent, recounted his interaction with Robinson after Robinson surrendered.
His clothing was recovered along with buccal swabs to collect his DNA and major case prints, which is fingerprints, palm prints, pretty much the entire hand.
Davis told the court he also interviewed the suspect's mother. This week, Tuesday, she was seen outside the courthouse. The multi-day court proceeding has attracted lots of attention. Multiple spectators lined up for access to the courtroom despite limited space. Wednesday, the court offered
Why is it funny? It's not. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. Why would it be funny? Because he probably didn't do it. Why would it be? Why is it funny? Because he probably didn't do it. You're evil. We are Charlie Kirk. We fight for the gospel. I don't forget the words of the song. I just like the we are Charlie Kirk part, you know. Sorry, I don't. This guy acting like he cares, then says shit like that. Yeah, I don't care about fascists dying. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. I don't cry when fascists die.
official labeled wristbands to spectators jockeying for a spot after learning some people tried to sneak in with their own. And Maritza, the judge again acknowledged Charlie Kirk's widow's presence.
I know, William Talenti. I think it's weird that DNA. I don't know. The whole thing's weird. They said that they got 2 types of DNA on the sock. Or like some kind of towel. We found a towel, a screwdriver, and somehow a gun in the forest. Very strange. Very strange. Kirk absolutely was a grifter. Absolutely. The second he tried to tell the truth, he got murdered by his own people. And, you know, maybe this is an MK Ultra thing. You never know. You never know. And Kirk died of a fentanyl overdose. That's the thing. I don't think he did it. He clearly died of fentanyl. I don't know why people are always saying that that Tyler Robinson did this. He clearly died of a fentanyl overdose. Charlie Kirk lost his life because of his trans porn and fentanyl addictions. This is how America works, man. I'm sorry. It's sad, but he did it to himself.
In the courtroom today, Erica Kirk. And these proceedings are scheduled through Friday at 5 p.m. The judge specifically reminded both parties of this deadline today and asked them to be mindful of the time that remains. Maritza.
So, Lori Jane, 2 more days. What else do you expect to see coming in this case?
Right. Well, one thing we've been waiting for that I've been talking about all week is this testimony recorded from Tyler Robinson's roommate. We got this inkling today that's going to be introduced today with the witness who is currently on the stand, but there's been a lot of back and forth with the prosecution and the defense. They actually just went to a recess and they did in recess for an extended amount of time. So I'm watching what's going on with that, but we have not yet heard that recording. Also, both the prosecution and the defense were asked who else they
didn't look so guilty to me.
They plan to call before this is all said and done. There were 2 people on the prosecution's list. That's the agent who is now on the stand and a witness who was already on the stand yesterday briefly. And then the defense said it planned to call 2 people from the ATF. Maritza?
So prosecutors played video of Tyler Robinson after he turned himself in. And I know you tried to get access to that video. So take us through what happened. And is that the video they played without sound? Like what can you hear on the video if they remove the sound?
Right. Well, we're wondering if there is more video because he looked like he might have been in that room for longer than the amount of time that they played it in court. I did file an open records request for that video.
It might have been the Lamborghini assassination. Could have been fentanyl. I mean, Charlie Kirk said that George Floyd died of fentanyl. So, I mean, anything could be true now if you believe it. Anything could be. It could be. Yeah. Who else has died recently of fentanyl overdoses? Fentanyl is killing us all. It's killing everybody.
Democrat Graham Platner has suspended his campaign for U.S. Senate in Maine after days of intense political pressure to drop out of the race ahead of Monday's ballot deadline. His candidacy was thrown into chaos earlier this week after a former girlfriend accused him in the media of sexually assaulting her years ago. Platner has denied those allegations, but the controversy led to a number of top Democrats pulling their endorsements and a mass exodus of voter support. Here's part of the 11-minute social media video that the embattled candidate posted last night.
I think as many of you know, over the past couple of days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. There is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is
cry.
It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are.
I know, you gotta do the tears. Where's the waterworks?
It's the fact that they're being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us.
This guy's doing everything wrong. Here's how you do it. Sorry. I was crazy back in those days. I don't think I did anything wrong, but I was drunk. I don't even remember what this lady's talking about. I don't know. That's all he has to say. Sorry. I make bad decisions and I shouldn't be in office. He makes bad decisions. He gets Nazi tattoos, treats women poorly, makes crazy statements online, and a little racist, but and maybe raped this lady. He can't remember it. He says he can't remember. He's too drunk. I mean, he could easily say, I used to have a horrible alcohol problem. I don't know. Why do you think Russell Brand's not in jail? That's all he says. He says, oh, I'm Christian now, innit? I'm Christian and I don't fucking remember anything I ever did before I was Christian. I love Donald Trump, innit? This is like Russell Brand. That's all he says. I love Donald Trump and Jesus Christ, okay? And I don't know what I did before that because I was fucking wasted, mate. It works. Do what Russell Brand's doing. Find Jesus, love Donald Trump, and tell everyone you don't remember because you were wasted.
We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed. We are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power.
Okay.
All right. Well, Maine has less than 3 weeks to find a new nominee. State law requires nominees be selected by the fourth Monday in July. Platner addressed the replacement process in his announcement, warning that Washington Democrats should not get a say in this.
What comes next needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people of Maine. Needs to come from the voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone who it should be.
I love the crying MAGA emojis, Sayar. Thank you.
Or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. People in D.C. need to stay in D.C.
So, Willie, a couple things. First of all, he denied these charges as clearly and as strongly as you can deny these charges. Got to say, it's fascinating that there are people in the media, people that we know that are just summarily calling him a rapist now.
Well, I mean, that's normal, right? Someone gets called a rapist. A lot of people jump on. I mean, I'm calling him a rapist. I don't know if he actually did it. He says he doesn't remember. I happen to believe her, but I mean, I don't know if he did it. I know he cannot be a representative unless you're Donald Trump. You don't get away with stuff like this.
This is something that Meek and I also said about Brett Kavanaugh. Saying that people would come on this network and call Brett Kavanaugh a sexual harasser or a rapist without any due process at all. Perhaps they need.
It's called the court of public opinion, my friend.
Take a deep breath. That said, regardless of how this was going to play out, the Democratic Party said,
Exactly. Exactly, CJ Lang. Exactly. I've been saying this since day one, and I feel so vindicated in a way. It's a disgusting way to get vindicated, to be vindicated, but I've been against this piece of shit from day one. I was like, I don't know about this guy, and people, no, you gotta beat Mr. Trump, blah, 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 blah. Who cares if he has a Nazi tattoo and treats women badly? And I'm like, I don't trust him. I don't trust him. He makes bad decisions. He should not be on the payroll. I wouldn't hire him as a manager. I wouldn't hire him as a night manager at 7-Eleven. I wouldn't hire him to be in charge of anyone. He should not have a staff. He should not have a staff. He should not be in charge of anybody in any form of hierarchy. I mean, of course, I want to abolish all hierarchy, but if we have a hierarchy, he should not be at the top of any. He should not be over anybody else because he cannot be trusted.
They weren't going to fund him, so he had no pathway forward.
Just like Donald Trump.
I just want to say, Willie, I mean, Republicans that are spending their time on Fox News and social media,
oh yeah,
outraged that Democrats would dare support a candidate who was accused of sexual.
Exactly, Arturo. The Republicans are a bunch of crybabies with zero policies. You're absolutely right.
Impropriety, even when that candidate vehemently denied that. That is beyond hypocritical. That is just sheer farce. This is even beyond South Park levels of farce. What I am reading on X, what I am reading in social media, what I am seeing on TV after the past decade. And by the way, if you want to talk about morally challenged candidates, you don't have to look at the White House. You don't have to look at Republicans bowing and scraping for the past decade. Just look at Texas. Yep. Look at who Republicans are behind as they're trying to suggest that Tallarico is gay. Look at Paxton. He's not. I mean, the hypocrisy.
Yeah, Paxton is a fraudster. The hypocrisy is disgusting. Does anybody care? No, we got morons like this guy. I mean, it's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. It's painful. You're so stupid. I'm like, I hurt for you. Like, I feel horrible for you. It's my empathy kicking in because I couldn't imagine being so benighted that I just don't even realize that I'm being used by someone as bad as Donald Trump. I mean, I didn't fall in on the Graham Platner train, and everyone was trying to convince me, come on, Sky, come on, he's all right. He made a bad mistake with that Texas, with that Nazi tattoo. Come on. Come on, he got a Nazi tattoo. Not so bad. Come on, Sky. You're just letting your hate for Nazis cloud your judgment. Yeah, I hate Nazis. Sometimes it clouds my judgment. The only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. I don't like Nazis. Did you guys watch that movie? The what do they call it? It was called Creature Commandos, and I forget what the Creature Commandos, and they got the USGI, I forget the robot GI or whatever that character was, and he's a robot, and the only thing he wants to do is kill Nazis. That's me. All I want to do is not have Nazis.
See, Republicans should just really just shut up. They really should just shut up if they're going to be critical of Democrats for supporting a morally challenged candidate or one who's been accused of doing things that are morally challenged. It is so hypocritical, Willie, and they should just leave this to the Democrats to clean up their own house.
Thank you, Miss Sweetster. You're the only one who recognizes it.
Yeah, you've had prominent Republicans, including the former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, coming out and saying Republicans walk away from candidates with troubling past that include sexual allegations of sexual assault.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, come on. I guess they're just hoping that people have such short memories or are too dumb to remember or see in front of them what's happening. So you're totally right about that. They've surrendered the moral high ground a long time ago. So we'll thank them to have a seat in this conversation. But the larger question here, Jackie Alamany, as we listen to Graham Platner defiantly in that statement yesterday saying, these allegations are false, but I cannot move forward because the rug has been pulled out from under me, despite the fact that I won 72% of the primary vote, despite the fact that Maine Democrats, with all these other allegations out there, said they still wanted me to be the nominee. I can't go forward because people in Washington, let's say, for example, the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee led by Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand said, we're not funding your campaign. We're not giving you voter data. We're not going to help you at all. He's saying, I can't move forward. I want to move forward, but I cannot. So now the question will be, how much say does he have in this convention for the next 2.5 weeks that Maine?
Why should he have any say? I want him to, he should go away. Go away, buddy. You make bad decisions.
Democrats are scrambling to put together to find a new candidate. How much say will he have or his movement have in who the candidate?
He literally, somebody should just tell him, look, man, make one good decision in your life. Shut the fuck up. Deny everything. Get the fuck out of here. Run. That's what Donald Trump does. Donald Trump, he hears the heat coming. He's like, you hear the sirens? Everyone's like, no, I don't hear anything. He's like, takes the money and he runs out the door. That's Donald Trump. That's his superpower. He hears the sirens before anybody else, takes all the money and runs, leaves you holding the bag. You get arrested. He's out. Dude, the reason why billionaires are billionaires is because they listen and then they run. Learn something, Graham Platner. You done.
He believes it should look like someone like him in his progressive values.
Yeah, and last night was the most public display that we have seen since.
This is also, fuck this. He doesn't have progressive values. He's a charlatan. Stop saying he has progressive values or that he's anti-billionaire. He is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a Republican, and Graham Platner is not a social democrat. Donald Trump is a Nazi. Graham Platner is just like Donald Trump. He's just trying to get to power so that he can be in charge of other people that he should never be in charge of. He just loves power, and he'll do anything he can to get it because he feels that the world has aggrieved him. I'm the victim here. Dude, this woman saying that you raped her. I'm the victim of a vast conspiracy. This is a witch hunt. Does it sound familiar? A witch hunt. The Democrats are so mean to me. Everyone's mean to me. Poor me. Crybaby. Cry more. I guess we should hear a female perspective, though.
Article came out about this allegation of sexual assault of Graham Platner trying to exert some leverage here and have a say in tapping his replacement. I think the thing that he's going to run into, the problem that he's going to run into is one, this obvious deadline, but two, it's also the lack of institutional support from not the establishment, but his own Mainers, his own supporters. I mean, we've had a bunch of reporters who have been on the ground in Maine over the last few weeks. Kevin Fry has been there all week, who are hearing that for voters, they have sort of crossed the Rubicon here. This has been sort of one infraction too many, with this obviously being the most serious of a lot of these allegations. But as
cross the Rubicon, this is not the point of no return. This is the straw breaking the camel's back. The electorate was willing to give this guy a shot because he talked a good game and he looks like one of them. He's got a nice white face and people thought he was like, look at him. He's a farmer. He's an oyster farmer from Maine. Charlatan. He's a charlatan, like all the other charlatans.
The United States again launching strikes across Iran last night, just hours after President Trump said he believed that the ceasefire was over. U.S. Central Command says it hit 90 targets, including missile and drone sites near the Strait of Hormuz. This is all in an effort to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten shipping in the key waterway. Iranian state media and the IRGC
their waterway
also reported strikes on bridges in the country, which would be the first attacks of its kind from the U.S. since April. Iran's health ministry says that the 2 days of U.S. strikes have killed at least 14 people and wounded dozens more. President Trump called yesterday's strikes retribution for Iran's attacks on commercial vessels, warning on social media that if it happens again, it'll get much worse. Iran, meanwhile, once again hit back, attacking U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain for a second night.
Like, I can't believe I just heard that sentence. On social media, Donald Trump is threatening Iran. Like, this is the world we're in. Do you remember when they gave us phones and they're like, start taking pictures of your food and shit and sharing stuff and you're gonna love it? Remember that? Remember how fun Tumblr was? Remember how fun MySpace was? And now basically we're at this point where the president of the United States is making threats to kill children on social media. The president of the United States is on social media threatening to kill children and commit war crimes. And people in my chat are like, 8647 is very offensive, don't you know? That's really offensive. You can't say 8647. That's a threat. I literally have a president of the United States on social media saying that he wants to kill women and children and bomb electricity out the power grid of a foreign country because he doesn't like them. That he wants to put them on their knees and bring them back to the Stone Age. He's threatening war crimes. Crimes against humanity. Is no different than Milosevic saying that he wants to kill all of the Albanians as a part of an ethnic cleansing. Donald Trump is no different than Slobodan Milosevic, except now, instead of doing it through the newspapers, he's doing it on social media. And I have people in my chat crying about how 8647 is just, it's just too much. It's just too much.
The country's parliament speaker and top negotiator issued this warning to the U.S. If you strike, you'll get hit. As tensions and rhetoric again ramp up, President Trump was asked yesterday why his opinion of Iran's leaders has changed.
Last month, you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today, you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people.
They're scum. Do you know what's scum? He's like, yes, I said all those things. Yes.
Look at this guy. He looks like, I mean, I know it's the lighting, but why does he always look like some demon is wearing a skin suit? Like this dude, he looks like a lizard person in a skin suit. I'm starting to believe this conspiracy theory that the government is run by human skin wearing lizards.
Changed, and do you think
I got to know him. So I've said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational.
Marco Rubio in the back. I got to know. Good one, Mr. President. Good.
You know, then level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone. Level 2 is gone. This is level 3. I think they are more rational, but.
So what you're saying is that you carried out 2 levels of assassinations against a leader of a foreign nation, and you're surprised that things aren't going your way?
Based on their actions over the last week or two.
You see how his nose is all fucked up? He's got that.
Service.
It's like a rosacea. I forget what they call it. Rhino something. His nose is all falling off. His nose is falling off.
To the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know him. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with him. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. I just finished the job.
Let's bring in MS Now senior national security reporter David Rode.
86 literally means to kick somebody out. If you 86 someone from a bar, you just kick them out of the bar. It doesn't mean murder them. No one in the world ever thought that 86 means murdering somebody. There's a legend that supposedly it comes from this mafia saying like, oh yeah, but it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Jackie boy, oh my God, crazy Jack Dobb, my love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jackie boy. Oh, pounds, pet. Pounds. I love it. I love getting paid in pounds. Something sexy about being paid in pounds. Have you ever seen a fish called Wanda where they're like dollars or pounds? And it's like pounds, pet. I need to get that. I need to get that isolated audio and play it as a trigger. Pounds, pet. Andy Dick at 86. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for Crazy Jack Dobb, please? Paying for this channel in pounds. Something nice about pounds. Something nice. Something kind of old worldy or something. I feel like being paid in pounds reminds me of the good old days. Pepperidge Farms remembers. Pepperidge Farms. Remember when you used to get paid in pounds? Pounds sterling. Pounds sterling.
Okay, tonight we begin with some breaking news that you have probably seen. The Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine,
She looks like she's the this purple, man. She looks like the Joker. I cannot get it out of my head. She looks like Jack Nicholson's Joker.
Platner, has officially announced that he will be suspending his campaign following multiple allegations of sexual assault, which he denies. We knew where this is headed. We knew where it was headed. We talked about it last night. But
Can I please have some jubilation in the chat for Jackie Boyle? Could I please have some W's, something, some kind of emojis in the chat for Jackie Crazy Jackdaw for supporting this channel? She is single-handedly, not single-handedly. We also have Melissa Sweetser today, but come on, Crazy Jackdaw. She's really going at it. Come on, guys.
And to what has been an unpredictable, incredibly tumultuous, at times fascinating simply because of the political story, and ultimately deeply enraging political career for Graham Platner, enraging for all of us. And we have covered this race from the very beginning on purpose.
Thank you, Sayard.
I think it's important that we don't put our heads in the sand and just project upon all of you what we think and only talk to people at a table in Washington, D.C. I think one of the most important things we can do is listen to voters, to watch and to try to understand what is happening in this country, even if it doesn't totally make sense. And I'm not talking about what consultants said or what Washington talking heads say. I'm talking about what the voters in Maine were telling all of us when they voted for Graham Platner in the Maine primary, despite all of the controversies that preceded the assault allegations.
All right, good point, Jen Psaki. Yeah, you're right. People were willing to overlook a lot of shit with this guy because of his message, but that's the problem. He was saying what we all want to hear. Every once in a while, there's somebody there that will tell you everything you want to hear in order to get to power. And you got to be more careful about those guys. Guys that sound too good to be true, they usually are. People like Donald Trump, people like Mao Zedong, people like Joseph Stalin, people like, I don't know, Adolf Hitler, people like Franco, people like Mussolini. These guys, Pol Pot, Kim Jong-un, these guys, they get Hirohito. These guys that get into power by telling people, the Ayatollah, they get into power by telling people they're going to do shit that they're never going to make good on. The Ayatollah, the reason why the Ayatollah is in power right now in Iran is because he promised all the people of Iran that instead of sending money to London and New York from the oil that they produce there, that it's going to go to the people of the region. That was it. That's how he got into power. And they said, that's right, let's kill the Shah. And he's like, yeah, that's what we got to do. We got to kill the Shah so that we can keep our oil money. Sounds too good to be true. That's because it is. It's because it is. It could have worked. Could have worked. But they put this guy in power, and what did he do? He turned himself into a dictator. So even though they're keeping the money from the oil now, it's not going to the people of the region. Angela Davis for president. That's nice. I'd like to. That's a good one.
Remember, she dropped out of the race, a pretty popular governor of Maine because she couldn't raise enough money. That is telling us something. Important to listen to that, even if he is a deeply flawed candidate. But now it is over. It's over because not of all the people who are out there patting themselves on the back, and there are a lot of them on Twitter, believe me, it's driving me crazy. It's because of the bravery of the women who came forward to tell their stories. That is why. It is these women. And because there was no longer a path forward for Graham Platner once they did. Of course there wasn't. It is because of those women. Those are the women who should be patting themselves on the back. Nobody else. And tonight, the video that he recorded and posted online announcing his decision, which was more than 11 minutes long, and it took quite a long time to get to the point, showed us more of who Graham Platner actually is. Someone who, in the face of incredibly serious and extremely credible allegations, seemed to blame everyone but himself.
This is what's so sickening. We don't need to watch it again. We've already seen this guy blame everybody else but himself. Fuck this guy. You know, it's like I was just reminded, there's this thing called love bombing. And I'm sure you guys all know it's kind of in the zeitgeist. It sucks because I kind of want to love bomb everybody. I feel like I want to love bomb all of you. I want to love bomb all of you. But love bombing, I just looked it up. It's the definition is a form of emotional manipulation where someone showers you with excessive flattery, affection, gifts, and premature direct declarations of love at the beginning of a relationship. While it feels like a fairy tale at first, the true goal is to create a rapid emotional dependence and gain control. That's what it sucks, man, because I think love bombing sounds awesome, man. I want to love bomb all of you. But this is the problem. People like Graham Platner and Donald Trump and all these Svengalis, all these cult leaders, they always do the same thing. They try to tell you everything you want to hear, that they're there for you. They're your retribution. They're going to be the answer. They love you so much. They love the uneducated. I love Christians. You know, like all these shit. Donald Trump and Graham Platner are much more similar than they are different. And it's really just sickening for me to keep seeing this, where people are like, oh, his progressive values were enough to keep the people supporting him despite all of the horrible shit he had done and the bad decisions he had made in his past. That's identical to the Donald Trump story. That is the Donald Trump story. He said shit that people wanted to hear. He love bombed them so that you ignored the other red flags, so that they can achieve some kind of control, some kind of power over you. So when you get love bombed, you have to be real fucking careful. I find it so tragic. And this asshole blaming the women, blaming the Democrats, blaming everybody else but himself just goes to show these people, this guy's just like Donald Bible Dumb Podcast. Do you think this is better than a podcast, or is it not? 24-month rule until I shower my affection on a girl. Not me. But I also don't want to control them. I'm like, I don't think it's worth it trying to control someone. I'm already got enough doubt in my life that I don't know, is this love real? Does she really love me? Can I trust this? If you have control over her, that love ain't real. She's got to have a way to get out all the time, or else it ain't real. And I'm desperate to find real love. I don't want to find yet another girl who's going to tell me they love me in order to, like, I don't know. The women love bomb as well. They're manipulative too. It's not just a male thing. We always give men a hard. Women do it too. I don't know. But like, maybe I'm alone that I have a hard time believing someone tells me they love me. I'm like, really? Me? Little old me? Little old me? I want it real. I want to feel it. I want it to be real. So I don't know, trying to manipulate people and control them in order to be in relationships, it's disgusting to me. And people like Donald Trump and people like Graham Platner, look at how they treat women. They're identical. They're the same guy.
Now, I want to talk about another fraud crackdown, and this is almost hard to believe. But, we have a program called the H-1B visa program.
Yes, the H-1B visa. Tell me more. You know who is one of the biggest H-1B visa guys? Can you guess? Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. He hires H-1B visa and J-1 visas because he doesn't want to pay Americans to work at his hotels.
This goes to show how broad-based the fraud task force is. We're fighting for your taxpayer money, but we're also making sure that fraudsters don't take advantage of these visa programs. Now, why does this program exist? This is a visa.
Well, Crazy Jackdaw loves me, but Crazy Jackdaw and I have known each other for a long time now, haven't we? So, I mean, I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I wasn't talking about Crazy Jackdaw. I wasn't even talking about the people in the chat at all, and people who support me. I understand, like, I know the score. I'm trying to provide something for my community. I hope that they take care of me. I hope that I provide some value, and I hope that you see that value, and I hope that you will become a channel member. I hope that you will support it so I can continue to do it. Something that I like doing, something that I care about doing, something that I love doing. I want to do this for a long time. I don't want to go work for some asshole and try to make some other asshole rich. I would like to grow into this. I'd like to be better on it. I'd like to get going. I'd like to have other opportunities based on this broadcasting. And look what's happened since you've known me, Jackdaw. I've done all these crazy things. I've done all these podcasts. I did a radio show. I've been on TV a ton of times. Like, I'm a broadcaster now. I'm not just a YouTuber. That's pretty cool. I want to keep doing that. Anyway, but I need your support in order to do it. So thank you, everybody, to help that are helping me, make it happen. Thank you.
Program that was set up to ensure that if you were a brilliant technology person or a brilliant scientist or a brilliant doctor, you could come to the United States and get access to this visa program. But you know what's happening way too much is that big corporations and fraudsters overseas are using this program to undercut the wages of American workers.
That's right.
You know what we're doing in the Trump administration?
That's right. You know why? Because Donald Trump doesn't want to pay Americans during the off season at his hotel. So, for example, at Mar-a-Lago, they hire H-1B and J-1 visa holders because they can cut them loose. They can import them from places like, I don't know, Greece, Romania, Spain. They bring them here, Philippines. They bring them here. They tend bar. They work at the pool. They do all the things during the summer. They work on the golf course. And then when the season starts to die out and they don't need them around as much, rather than continue to pay them or pay their unemployment, because that's what you would do, you would lay them off and pay for unemployment. But they don't want to even pay your unemployment. They hate you so much. Donald Trump hates you so much, he will import people so that he could hire them for the season on the H-1 visa, who are supposed to be for doctors and whatever. But these are bartenders. We don't have bartenders in America, apparently. We don't have pool attendants. We don't have those. We don't have Americans wanting those jobs in Florida. This makes me so sick because I personally know people who are in this country on H-1B visas. Kim Kardashian, she hires all of her programmers, all the people running Skims, that company she has. All of those are H-1B visa. All of them. None of them are from here. None of them. One or two, maybe. Donald Trump's entire workforce is H-1B and J-1 visa holders. At those resorts. I don't know about the other fucking people, but at the resorts.
Administration, we're saying no more. If you were trying to take advantage of that visa program, you were not allowed into the United States of America.
Chris Jensen, I mean, I've had the incredible opportunity to do some big stuff. Like I had a radio show on terrestrial radio and stuff. I mean, I've been on lots of TV and I've done a lot of cool stuff. I'd like to springboard it into something more, but I just keep doing what I love and make more things happen. I'd like to have a really cool podcast and stuff going.
Today, I'm proud to announce that the Federal Department of Labor has started dozens of subpoenas and investigations into foreign fraudsters who are trying to take advantage of the H-1B visa program. Here's a simple principle. Ladies and gentlemen, American jobs ought to go to American workers and not foreign fraudsters, and the Department of Labor is fighting back against it.
Lies. Start at Mar-a-Lago then. Start at Mar-a-Lago. I wonder if that information is public. How many H-1B visa holders work at Mar-a-Lago? Yeah, they don't report it. But historically, the Trump Organization requests over 70 high-skilled H-1B visas for entities like Trump Model Management or Trump Tower, and the private club in Palm Beach relies entirely on different visa categories for its workforce. 70. H-2B. This is primary visa program utilized by Mar-a-Lago. The club frequently brings in seasonal hospitality staff. For example, records show the resort was approved for a decade high 170 H-2B visas. 170. Foreign laborers like servers, cooks, housekeepers, and dishwashers. They also use the H-2A visa for agricultural workers. These are assigned to properties like the Trump Vineyard Estates in Virginia. They don't even have Americans picking the grapes at the vineyard in the Trump Organization. They use H-2A visas. H-2B visas for a decade high 170. That's the whole staff, man. Servers, cooks, housekeepers. It's not that big of a resort. 170 is a lot of housekeepers. And that's not even counting. They always hire third party too. They always have third parties. Every resort I've ever worked at has a third party, except for MGM. MGM, they were union. You can't hire third party. Got to hire from inside. Yeah, H-2B, unskilled seasonal labor. You can hire H-2B visa. Bartenders, servers, managers too. There's H-2B visa managers. But the J-1, I think, like, does Mar-a-Lago utilize J-1 visa? No, they like the H-2B temporary non-agricultural worker. exchange visitor program is J1, where we send people there, I guess. I don't know why it's different. J1 visa, foreign student exchange. Oh, because you have to be a student to be J1. Shit, I should have known that. I knew that, actually. I worked with a lot of J1s back in the day. You have to be a student, and then you can come to America and learn about hospitality by being a hostess at a restaurant. That's what they do. They join like hospitality schools overseas, and then they get sent here. So they pay somebody money to go to a school overseas, and a lot of times sometimes it's legit, like management schools and stuff like that, but sometimes it's not, like in the Philippines. And then they send us all their workers in the J1 visa program. It's fucked up, man, because we have people that want to be. We got people here that want to be cocktail servers and hostesses.
Last month, you said Iranian leaders were very rational. What changed, and do you think
I got to know. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job.
They're not going to negotiate on any terms. Don't let them negotiate. Make declarations. This is what's going to happen.
Here we go back into another series of exchange.
One of these days, I've never been down under. I've never been south of the equator. I've been really close to the equator, but never south of the equator. Crazy, right?
Bombs and drones and mines back and forth. I don't think we're significantly safer today.
All right, so more retaliatory strikes in Iran going on at this moment. Let's bring in our political panel. Fox News political analyst Guy Benson, Fox News senior political analyst Juan Williams, and Axios political reporter Steph Kite, just back from maternity leave. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So because you're just back, let's start with you. So targets in Iran being hit tonight, including, I saw according to one report, an IRGC barracks in Bushehr, which is the closest large facility to Karg Island. And President Trump talked about potentially taking Karg Island. And if there were to be some sort of assault on Karg Island, I assume that reinforcements would come from Bushehr. So what's your read?
I mean, it's clear that the president is saying, the ceasefire is over, something that he initially said it was complete and total surrender. He's now saying that is over. They're responding to attacks in the Strait. He's trying to emphasize the fact that, this isn't response to actions by Iran and that the U.S. will respond forcefully. Of course, we do know that Trump has had ambitious ideas in that region. And so I think we need to watch closely these next few steps. It's clear that he's upset that this is falling apart. And it's really a big question.
This is a forever war.
What he might end up doing.
These latest CENTCOM strikes are the result of Iran firing on 3 ships that were very close to the Oman coastline.
How are you all okay? How is MAGA okay with another forever war?
The basic deal that we cut was we'll lift our blockade if you stop shooting at ships. But if you shoot at ships, we're going to punch back, and we're going to punch back harder than ever before. The deal is very simple. If they shoot at ships, we're going to knock the hell out of them.
Oil prices jumping again. Here's what they are.
If you shoot at ships, we're going to knock the hell out of you.
At this moment, $74.
That's the American way.
$45. It's down a little bit from where it was earlier today, but this is the reason why the IRGC is doing this, because they can mess with oil prices and they can get President Trump.
Wait a second. I thought it was about nukes. What the fuck are you talking about? Why do you guys keep bringing up oil? I thought this was about nukes. You keep bringing up oil for some reason.
A political headache.
Exactly right. It's not a popular war. It drive up oil prices. They're still controlling the Strait. John, it just seems to me like,
how come no one's talking about nukes?
This is like another forever war, which is what the president promised.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Somebody give a man a cigar. This is a forever war.
Well, I mean, we started in February, right? And, then he said about 2 weeks ago, for the first time, we have peace in 3,000 years in the Middle East. And here we are back again. He says there's a war. Now, let me just say, he also said today, it's not going to be a full-fledged.
Don't forget, in February, he said that's not a war. It's an excursion.
War. We don't know if this is a skirmish or an actual return to full combat.
It's an excursion. What do you mean?
Combat. But I will say that it does seem to indicate that he is still looking for a way to change the conversation. He does not want to talk about Iran politically. He doesn't want to talk about achieving his goals because clearly, the nuclear stuff is not there and the Strait of Hormuz remains a problem.
The president talks about changing the regime in Iran, saying it wasn't that to change the regime, but the regime has changed because they took the first 2 layers off, but it's still the same regime.
Yeah, layer 3, very similar story here. I think the distinction between one of the forever wars that he campaigned against and this is not boots on the ground. This is not an invasion. And to his credit, I think, what's the old lefty slogan? Give peace a chance. He did. He really did.
Yeah, the old lefty slogan.
A lot of very optimistic sort of
give peace a chance. Those lefty peaceniks fucking give peace a chance.
Bow and butterflies, one might argue, naive talk about how this third rung of leadership is much more rational and we've turned a page and isn't that cool? We heard that from the vice president. And then this has been a hard dose of reality, once again, delivered by the regime itself, that this is what they do. They provoke, they lie, they escalate, they play games. And it sounds like President Trump has had it up to here with them. The peace chance has happened, and now it looks like the bombs are dropping again.
So, Steph,
Big Blue, let's make the country DSA. Yeah, I mean, it's always been the tension has always been between Democratic Socialists and National Socialists. Which side are you going to be in? National Socialists or Democratic Socialists? Should we do a poll? I love that poll. We should just do that poll every day. I should just start that poll. That should be the poll we do every single morning. Like that should be the first poll of the day, just to see where we're at. Which side are you on? Whose side are you on, boy? Whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? Because you really only have two choices. You have the Democratic Socialists and you have the National Socialists. What do you want to call them? I like that you're using DSA though. I like DSA. That's DSA versus MAGA, but you might as well be just saying SD or SPD versus NAZI because it's the same. Now we finally at least have the actual sides out in the open. We have MAGA, the Nazi party, and we have the Social Democrats. They're calling themselves Democratic Socialists these days. But Democratic Socialists, Social Democrats, MAGA, Nazi, these names, these labels don't make a difference because at the end of the day, it's always the tension between those who want to sit on top because they inherited some kind of blessing in the hierarchy and so want to narrowly define what makes a member of the public versus the people who say, wait a second, we're all members of the public and this hierarchy bullshit's not working for us. We should be in charge. The public, the people should be in charge. It's literally the same tension between America saying we the people versus the monarchy saying no, inherited aristocracy, blood and soil, we're in charge because we were born in England, anointed by God, and we're wearing crowns. We inherited this power and we are going to wield it against you. It's the age-old, it's the same tension time and time again. Those who inherit power and want to keep it, and those who are saying the people should have the power.
The only way to stop this from happening is to hit the IRGC so hard that they daren't do any of what they're doing.
Yeah, hit them so hard, kill all those kids.
Now. And a lot of Iranians say, a lot of Persians in the United States say the only way to do that is to just keep on whittling away the leadership of the IRGC until they finally say, okay, enough.
Or, genocide. That's always popular these days.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see which.
Just there you go, Fox News. Just in a roundabout way, promoting genocide again.
Which tactic the president takes. There's been this broad conversation about whether the president would take this more aggressive approach when it comes to international issues, or whether, people in the beginning of the administration pointed to J.D. Vance, who's been much more hesitant to get involved in.
Did you just wake up, Big Blue fan? I've been talking about Platner all day long about how I never supported Platner. I just got a whole rant. I just did a whole rant about how Donald Trump and Platner are the same guy. Jesus, wake up, douchebag. Get the fuck out of here. You make me sick to my stomach. You fucking Nazis make me sick.
Conflicts overseas, and whether we start seeing that side of the argument win out at all, or whether we do see this as a moment where the president goes all in, guns blazing, and really tries to take this down. It's clear that he is upset with how this has happened. He doesn't want this to drag on continually. It's a deep.
No, he wants to do the final solution for the Iranian problem.
Let's get now to Maria Aguilera. She
the Endlösung für das iranische Problem.
is joining us live now with more. Maria.
Yeah, Mia, at her daily news conference, Mexico's president said there is no justification for holding undocumented workers in detention centers or using violence against them. She also went on to say that her government cannot allow the mistreatment of Mexican citizens living in the United States.
Oh, did Trump have a Nazi tattoo? Do you want to check? No, Trump doesn't need a Nazi tattoo. He's too old for that shit. He's just... he might, for all I know. I don't know. I don't think so. No, Trump doesn't need a Nazi tattoo. Trump doesn't need a Nazi tattoo to know he's a Nazi. Graham Platner is a man who makes very bad decisions but knows how to finagle his way into power and manipulate people. Trump is the same thing. A Nazi.
Tonight, new surveillance.
Basically, a supremacist. At the end of the day, they think they're better than other people. They think they're more powerful than other people, and they were born with that power because God wanted it for them, and they're entitled. They think that they deserve the power that they have. They think that they should wield it against those who don't have it. They think that the world is made up of winners and losers, and they are going to be a winner, and you are going to be a loser. And that anybody who doesn't have power, it's because they should be exploited by them. People like Graham Platner, people like Donald Trump, people like Mao Zedong, people like Stalin, despots.
Video KHOU 11 has obtained showing the moments before the fatal ICE shooting in Houston's East End. The video appears to show the white construction van followed by an unmarked ICE SUV with no emergency lights visible. The shooting death of Lorenzo Salgado is now an international incident.
It's funny. I don't see the car trying to ram anybody. Yeah, look at this. maybe Mexicans should start pulling up alongside Americans living in Mexico and shooting them in the face. Why not? We do it. Why shouldn't Mexican federales drive up next to when they see a güero in I don't know, TJ or Mexico City and just open fire? Why not? After all, most Americans do not obtain the necessary visa to go to Mexico. You know, there's always been a law that you need to have a visa to go to Mexico, but none of us do it. I've been to Mexico more times than I can remember. I've been to Mexico so many times that I don't know how many times I've been there. I've been all over Mexico too. You know how many times I've gotten a visa to go to Mexico? Once, when I flew there and they made me on the airplane. But most of the time, I did not. Almost never. 99% of the time, I never got a visa to go to Mexico. Maybe twice in my life. And I've been there probably hundreds of times. Probably 150 times I've been to Mexico. Does that mean that because I'm breaking the law, that the federales could just pull up alongside me and shoot me in the face? Jesus. What if they just forget to stamp my passport? Does that mean it's okay to shoot me? Wait until a Mexican federale opens fire on a little blonde girl in Mexico because they just thought that she looked like a foreigner.
Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, says her government is preparing legal measures following the death of a Mexican national.
Yeah, there you go. The president of Mexico is saying, no, you're fucking killing our people? Why? Well, you don't like Mexicans, so you're killing us? You're killing us? Well, they didn't have their paperwork, so you're murdering us for not having paperwork. Wait till this happens in Mexico and it's a little blonde girl who gets her face blown off because she didn't have the proper paperwork to be in Mexico, and they shoot her. Do you think Americans will care? Do you think Trump might say something? Do you think Vance might say something? They're so violent down there in Mexico. They're so violent. They're violent. We're the ones shooting them.
No podemos permitir el maltrato.
Saying they cannot allow the mistreatment of Mexican citizens in the United States. During a gathering calling for transparency, a LULAC member and community advocate representing the family read a statement on their behalf, outlining what they're calling for.
Calling for an independent investigation into the events that transpired yesterday. Calling for reform to change the way ICE operates during a raid with ambush-style tactics and unmarked vehicles.
Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, who represents...
Totally true. They weren't even in a marked car. Oh, they ambushed this guy and they said he resisted. Well, yeah, you weren't in you don't have a badge. You don't have a siren. You're not in a real car. You're not in a car labeled anything. And you killed this guy.
And the district is echoing calls for a thorough independent investigation.
We sent a letter today to DHS demanding answers. That's the first step.
Throughout the day, investigators with the Harris County District Attorney's Office were also in the neighborhood speaking with nearby businesses. Tonight, the DA's office said while key evidence remains under federal control, it is continuing to pursue available investigative leads and will review any information it is able to collect. KHOU 11 spoke with
these cop worshippers, these goddamn snitches and hall monitors in America. God, I hate you. I hate you. You are un-American. All you cop worshippers, you worship uniforms and badges. You think they're going to save you? You think if you suck their dicks long enough that you won't be on the end of the business end of those guns? You don't think that you will be also having to show your papers everywhere you go? You think once they're done killing all the Mexicans that they won't come after you or someone you love? You psychopaths. You make me sick. This is the country of resistance and revolution? This? Oh, yeah, such a libtard. Call myself an independent? I don't call myself an independent. I call myself an anarchist. Libtard. You hate guns. You hate guns. Well, learn to like them because they're going to be the only thing that stand between you and the final solution. The only thing between you and the oven is going to be a firearm.
Former FBI agent James Conway, who said lack of immediate answers may be frustrating for the public. It's crucial in order for each agency to dot their I's.
You're right. These bootlickers would have been loyalists during the revolution. They would have been dragged in the streets and tarred and feathered and pointed at and laughed at. And if they got an infection and died, everyone would say, yeah, justice served. Justice served.
And cross their T's.
DHS, ICE, the FBI, they have to be very careful and get the facts and determine exactly what transpired.
Tonight, there are many questions and calls for independent investigations. Of course, we'll continue to follow this developing story. Live in Houston's East End, Maria Aguilera.
How would I enforce anything? What do you need to enforce, Joel? What do you think needs to be enforced? What do you think we require from the government to enforce? It's funny because everyone fucking says this, and meanwhile, millions of Americans, millions, don't interact with the government at all. They don't have any, they have no fucks given. They have no idea who represents them in Congress. They have no idea who the mayor is in their town. They have no idea. They do not care. Millions go about their daily business. And the only time they have to interact with government is when it sucks, when they're fucking forcing them, when they're getting fleeced. When they get shaken down for a couple shekels over at the DMV or something. That's what happens. Non-consensual fleecing. Anarchism means that we consensually follow and form organizations. The O stands for order. The A and the O. The O stands for order. It's not that hard. We don't need bosses. We don't need bosses to do it. How would you enforce anything?
KHOU 11 News.
Use your fucking imagination. It's so tragic. The lack of imagination. We need bosses and daddies to tell us what to do all the time. Otherwise, it'd be chaos. That's why anarchy's chaos. Anarchy is not chaos. Anarchy is Luke Skywalker. Capitalism is Darth Vader.
It's why so many Americans are desperate. They believe the government won't help. That's why they're looking for outsiders. But you don't need a rap sheet to be righteous. You don't have to make a deal with the devil to appeal to people who are desperate for change, because for them, the real devil.
If you're interested, Joel, read Peter Kropotkin, read Emma Goldman. Lots of people have written theories about this. You're not asking me any questions. You're just as LOL. So everyone has to like this. Are you fuck? This is why idiots don't learn things, because they're not critical thinkers. LOL. So everyone has to agree on one thing. Is that a question? No, you're a fucking idiot. You're an ignorant fool. You have no frame of reference. You're straw man. That's a straw man. You're a fool. You're an idiot.
Is in the details of their daily existence. Now, I want to bring Bill O'Reilly in and see how he sees this economy playing out in the midterm.
Jesus, Bill O'Reilly looks like the goddamn crypt keeper. How is Bill O'Reilly? God damn it, Bill. Bill O'Reilly. Holy shit. Kellyanne Conway's getting younger. This guy's going the other direction. Holy shit. Hello, kiddies.
Do you think that this is going to be the main motivational issue come November?
Yes, I think it will be, although the communism thing is rapidly obscuring the day-to-day spending habits of Americans. So the communist thing is very detrimental to the Democratic Party. But
what is the communist thing?
This. Hello, are you on the planet Earth, ma'am, Donnie?
Yeah, I mean, just because
ma'am, Danny,
Trump calls people who want change communists doesn't mean that it's resonating.
Okay, if you study the man, he's a communist, so is his father. All right, he wants to control the means of production.
Well, if you study Donald Trump, he's a Nazi, and so is his father. And same with Elon Musk. He's a Nazi, and so is his father. So is his grandfather too. Elon Musk comes from a long line of Nazis. Donald Trump's a Nazi. Comes from a long line of Nazis.
In New York City. He's going to use regulations to get landlords out of business. He's going to try to control the food flow into the city. So you can sit there and say, I don't believe it. People believe what they want to believe. Man's a hardcore communist. And so are the two others who were.
Listen, my brother ran against him, right, and lost twice. The
Yeah.
policies he's put in place are barely socialistic, let alone not communistic. And here's what I don't get about the communist thing. One, there is no.
Define Nazi. Great. Great. You know, I make whole videos about it, but every day some idiot comes in and says, define Nazi. Every single day, some fucking idiot who doesn't know anything, hasn't gone to high school. Are you 12? You don't know what a Nazi is? Here you go. You ready for it? National Socialist. A National Socialist, what's that? A person who prioritized the public good over the private profit, like any socialist. But a National Socialist, they believe in the blood and soil theory of public. They don't believe that the public is just everybody. They believe that only this narrowly defined public is everybody. That's it. This very narrowly defined. This is what the public is. We're going to benefit those people. It's still socialism, but it only benefits these people. At the end of the day, National Socialism has to get away with that. How do you do it? Well, there's only a few tricks in your fucking box in order to pull out and to make that happen. And National Socialism, a lot like, because then you have to employ fascism. Fascism is just the cooperation between the government and the corporation. They call it corporatism. Mussolini called it corporatism because the goals of the state and the corporation become indiscernible for one another, so that most of the public is left out in the cold or dead or executed or genocided or holocausted, because now you are only benefiting the oligarchs, who are, in your narrowly defined world, the public, who are the beneficiaries of National Socialism. You have National Socialism and Democratic Socialism. Those are your choices. That's been basically your choices almost forever. That tension of humanity between those who deserve because they were born a certain way, like the Aryans, they were born a certain way, so they should be at the top. They're the master race. And the others who should not have any power, versus those people, basically Nazis. And there's the other people who are like, wait a second, we're all the people. We have an international coalition of humanity. What do you mean? Nation states are ridiculous. All of us are in this together, after all, spinning around on this rock in space. Can't we all work together? I mean, aren't we all? Shouldn't we, the people, decide? Why do we have to have bosses? Why do you get to decide for me just because you were born XYZ place, or you were born with blue eyes, or whatever phenotype is in vogue today? It's always the same question. Those who think that you can have a right to be at the top of the hierarchy, and those who say, fuck the hierarchy. We're all in charge of ourselves. What do you mean? We can organize society in a way that benefits all of us. At the end of the day, it's just two forms of socialism. It always comes back down to. It always goes back to this. You study history long enough, you'll see, like, it's almost every 100 years. It's like clockwork. Got to do this again. Could do it again. Every time this tension builds, finally they come out. Now they're even calling, Donald Trump calls them social democrats, which is hilarious. They like to be called democratic socialists because they don't want to get murdered by the Nazis this time. Nazis are called MAGA this time. It's the same thing. It's like, what is that movie where they always get reincarnated into a different body, but they're the same people? I mean, back in the 1920s, they called it the America First Party. They lost. The Social Democrats, the FDR Social Democrats, they beat them. But the Social Democrats lost in Germany. But the Social Democrats were the only ones who stood up to the Nazis. All 92 representatives in the Weimar Republic voted against the Enablement Act against the Nazis. 92 of them, and they lost. A lot of them were executed.
Such thing as a communist country, okay? There is none that is technically communist. You got North Korea, you got Russia, you got China. And the weird thing about those places, the only semblance of affinity I've ever seen is that Trump respects all three leaders. Trump thinks that Kim is a strong leader, Putin's a strong leader, and Xi is a strong leader. He's the only guy who said anything positive about communism.
That goes day by day because he wants to get a deal with those people. Cuba is probably the best example of a communist country where you cannot do anything without the permission of the government. So look,
you can't do anything without the permission of government. Again, most people live their life without any interaction with the government. Right now, what's the problem with Cuba is that, once again, America has blockaded Cuba, and Cuba can't get oil. They can't get gas. They can't get cars. They can't get parts for their cars because America says they can't. It's not because communism is keeping them from getting those things. It's because America is saying they can't get those things. And we are using the firepower to back that up. Because we don't like them, because we want to own Cuba. We want to own Cuba because they took our hotels and they took our sugar cane. They took our shit. Those bastards.
We're not going to solve this. I believe that Mandani is a communist. You don't freeze rents across the board unless you want to control where people live. You just don't. Now,
communism is a stateless and classless society. Everyone's a communist unless you're at the top.
Affordability thing. So Trump's point of view is this. Okay, it's tight times for many Americans, but there's only so much the federal government can do about that. And I brought this.
Demon rats are still pissed they lost the war. Which war? We won World War II. What do you mean? Which war are you talking about?
Up with veteran last night. If you have $1,000 and that's all you have, okay, for a medical emergency or your kids in trouble or whatever it may be,
yeah.
If you have a grant.
Yeah, Cuba was trying to nuke us. Why would Cuba want to nuke the United States? Why would they want to do that? They were trying to nuke us. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. The USSR, see, because Cuba was doing their own thing, America threatened them and took a part of their land. It's called Guantanamo Bay. You ever heard of Guantanamo Bay? Fucktard. We took a piece of their land. They don't like that shit. They don't like that we're sitting there desalinating water and doing all sorts of creepy shit, holding our prisoners, our black ops prisoners, holding them on their land. They don't like that shit. They never liked that shit. And so they called their friends, the Russians in USSR. They said, yo, we need some help. They said, oh, yeah, we'll give you some help, but you're going to have to put some nuclear missiles on your land just in case those Americans get out of hand. Sounds like a good deal. So I said, yes. And so the United States, in a very keen maneuver, said, hey, Russia, USSR, if you scrap that plan to put missiles in Cuba, we promise to take our missiles out of Turkey that are pointed at you, which is roughly a similar distance from their country. So we already had nuclear weapons pointed at them right over their border. And they put missiles in Cuba right over our border. Who started that? Whose idea was that? Whose idea was that? Imbecile. You're an imbecile, HSLD. Go back to high school. Go back to 9th grade. Thank you.
And you've been working, what, 10, 15 years someplace. Whose fault is that? That's your fault, okay? Because there is a way to accumulate assets in this country that's called capitalism. All right, you accumulate them. And then I give the example, and I think you would buy into this because your neighborhood was fairly close to my neighborhood in New York. God,
I can't even watch Bill O'Reilly anymore. Man, can anyone remind me in the chat who was actually? Let's just do a quick quiz. We're gonna do a quick quiz, okay? Quick quiz for you. Looks like 82% of you are not Nazis. Thank you for being 82% of you not Nazis. That's awesome. Who is the only country to bomb civilians with a nuclear weapon? Who is it? Is it the USA? Is it the USSR? Is it Cuba? Is it Iran? Who is the only country to ever bomb civilians with a nuclear weapon? There you go. Let's just say, I just want to see if you guys, because I don't know, everyone's afraid of Pakistan and Kim Jong-un, and everyone's so afraid of Israel, and everyone's so afraid of India and all the other nuclear power countries like USSR. Everyone's so afraid of Iran. Everyone's so afraid of all these other countries. But only one country's ever bombed anybody.
President Trump says as far as he's concerned, the memorandum of understanding with Iran is over. Oil prices, of course, surging in response. They were already on the rise after the U.S. launched fresh strikes against Iran in retaliation for Iran's attacks on commercial ships near the Strait of Hormuz. And the U.S. reimposed sanction on its oil exports. CNN senior business reporter David Goldman.
Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor. Oh, you mean when? So again, so the United States blockaded Japan when they were fighting their war in Asia, which had very little to do with us. We blockaded them and said we were no longer going to allow them to have oil or steel from anybody else's country, and we wouldn't sell it to them. We wouldn't let anybody else sell it to them. Kind of put them in a rough spot. and they saw war on the horizon. So what they do, they took out our Pacific fleet. They bombed soldiers, which, isn't a war crime. It's not a war crime to bomb soldiers. Nobody accuses Japan of a war crime.
Joining me now, this was the fear. This was the thing that everyone was
Well, they do, just not that war crime.
sort of waiting and hoping didn't.
I mean, the Japanese were really fucking bad. I mean, they did a lot of bad shit just like we did. I mean, they tortured people. Ask the Chinese what they were doing. Don't get the South Koreans started on Japan. They'll tell you all sorts of horrible shit they did during the war.
Not occur. And so the markets, I mean, it's obvious how they're reacting.
Yeah, it's big news. It's so big that I brought out the big guns. I got my iPad today. And I mean, this is a huge increase in oil. We haven't seen something quite like this in a long, long time. And I just think to give you a sense, we're at $78. That's the international standard. We generally, when we're talking about oil, we're talking about Brent. Look at where we were before the war, right? We were
Interesting. Okay, so Donald Trump has fucked us again. Got it. Oil prices are up. You're fucked. Good.
Okay, we're back down with a legal blow for President Trump in federal court. A judge ordering that writer E. Jean Carroll should immediately receive the more than.
Hey guys, Donald Trump's a rapist, just like Graham Platner. Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. Everyone says so. The Supreme Court said so, and now another court has said, "You're guilty. Pay up, you piece of shit."
$5 billion she's owed after a jury.
You lizard person.
We found President Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation. That order coming despite the president's demand for a delay. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now. So, Danny, the president's legal team filed another appeal minutes after the judge's order. Is there a real shot of blocking the payment, or is this a game plan just to kind of delay?
Prove it. They did in a court of law. Thank you.
Delay.
No, not really. In all likelihood, I should say that the odds of
prove it that Graham Platner did it. I don't care. I don't care if you have to prove it. I think it's credible enough. He can't be a leader. This guy, Donald Trump, it's not even about whether or not he's allowed to be president. It's just that he's a rapist and that needs to pay up. He should go to jail, but no, we're not going to do that.
Of getting any kind of reconsideration at the Supreme Court or any relief at the district court are next to none. Trump's argument is essentially, yes, we agreed if cert was denied, if the Supreme Court denied to hear my case, that would be it. The funds would be released. But technically, as long as we're still asking the high court to reconsider, as long as we're still fighting, this appeal is still live, and therefore the funds should not be released from escrow.
And then on that point, Carroll is owed more money for another case against the president. Will that cash be held up in appeals too?
In all likelihood.
Yeah, I'm raping your mind. I'm raping your mind.
Probably not. And I say that because the Trump team is making some creative last-minute arguments, but their arguments really amount to saying,
you'll be thinking about me tonight because I'm raping your mind.
After a court essentially gives a final order, because this has been the rule for centuries now. Once your case gets to the Supreme Court, they either deny your opportunity to be heard, called denying cert,
and they did because they know that Donald Trump is a rape. Brett Kavanaugh knows. You know that during the confirmation hearings, he was hanging out with Donald Trump a lot. And Donald was like,
listen, Bretty, we've all been there. We've all done a lot of rapes, done a lot of raping. You're going to be the best Supreme Court justice. You're going to have such a good time. You like beer, I don't, but I used to. I do lots of boner bumps.
Or they choose to hear it. But either way, if they deny cert, that is the end of the case. Trump's team is saying, well, technically the court could decide to reconsider its own decision not to hear this case. So technically, all this stuff is still alive. It's sort of part of the Trump playbook of legally fight until the bitter end, which, is either a bug or a feature, depending on how you look at
it. So he's a rapist. Got it. Okay, thank you.
We've seen a string of alleged crimes involving officers.
He's a rapist, and the cops and everyone else says so. Everyone says so, but we're gonna all have to sit through it while he figures things out, and it sucks. Thanks, it's great.
With access to the flux system. Just yesterday in Greene County, a deputy was arrested and fired. Investigators say Quenisha Goss.
I love this. God, this is one of my favorite things. No one would touch her with a 400-foot pole. That's one of my favorite things is when Donald Trump said something like that. She's a dog. I would never. And they said, who's that lady in the picture? That's my beautiful wife. She's so pretty. No, that's E. Jean Carroll.
No, that's Marla. That's Marla. She had great tits and a nice rack. I wish that Tiffany had the nice tits like Marla. She got her legs, but not the tits.
Remember when he said that about his infant daughter, Tiffany? Anyway, he said he loved Marla. She's so hot. She was so hot.
Hottest. She was the hottest.
No, that's E. Jean Carroll. Sorry, Charlie.
That's E. Jean Carroll. Never saw her, never met her.
access flock data for personal reasons multiple times over the course of 3 months without law enforcement justification. A similar story in South Georgia. 5 Albany officers were arrested on Monday. You see their names listed there. The GBI says an internal audit found that the officers used the flock system multiple times for non-law enforcement.
Look at these cops. This is the thing. All you guys that love the cops so much, they're using the surveillance cameras on our traffic cameras to go and stalk their lovers and shit. They're illegally using flock cameras to stalk their ex-lovers and weird shit like this.
Purposes. All of those officers have been fired. And just a few weeks ago in Cherokee County, our own Atlanta News First investigation found these 3
They shouldn't be fired. They should be in jail.
deputies have been fired for allegedly misusing flock. Sergeant Mike Creedon, Lieutenant Chris Ryan, and Deputy Cynthia Jodeci were all charged. Earlier this week, we spoke with a...
But we trust the government. We trust the government to surveil us. Everything's going to be all right. Trust them. You could trust the government. You did trust Donald Trump to surveil you, right? They could listen to all your conversations, right? You trust him, right?
Flock executive who says the company built in safeguards to flag issues.
It's a horrible use of the technology. Tools aren't designed to do that. This is why we built an audit log, and we work with the appropriate democratically elected governing bodies to hold those people accountable. We built a tool that uses AI to flag for the city if there might be a suspicious search of some reason, or one that just maybe might be out of policy for the city.
Now, that same official stressed that while Flock has built-in safeguards, it's up to local governments to decide how police use the technology.
So is it just your stand?
Surveillance is evil. Yeah. Socialist. Donald Trump is a socialist. He just nationalized 10% of Intel. He's a socialist. Wake the fuck up. Get your head out of your ass. He wants more surveillance, not less. Kill Tony. You guys think he's funny, right? Let's see what he says.
So is it just your stand-up on OnlyFans?
It really started that way. Every comedy post I would make, they just really wanted me to take my clothes off.
And you're surprised by this?
I was surprised. I was like, oh, it's a comedy OnlyFans. And I thought,
so what is it now? Answer the question, like, what is it now? What does it become? Like, what are you doing right now on that?
I keep on hearing, I went to a comedy club and the lady on the stage said, check my OnlyFans. I thought it was a joke, but then someone told me, no, it's real. Like comedians have OnlyFans because they're not making enough money doing comedy. So they're using comedy to pitch their OnlyFans. Because with comedy, you can get famous, but still be very poor. But if you can somehow transmogrify that fame into OnlyFans, you make a lot of money. Is that the world that we want to live in? Is that I don't make money any way you want to make money, everybody. I don't care how you make your money. It's your choice. It's your life. But does it pain you a little bit that's especially the women comics, the lady comics, that's how they're making their money. She's like, I wanted to do a little comedy OnlyFans. It's funny because I've been told the same thing. You should do like a cooking OnlyFans because I've heard about chefs doing cooking OnlyFans. I've heard of OnlyFans being other than that other thing, or crypto, or people do other shit in OnlyFans other than pornog. But I don't know, man. What do you think? It's gross, right? It's gross, right? It's nasty. I don't know. Trump administration reached a landmark agreement in August 2025 where the U.S. government acquired $8.9 billion. That's 10% equity stake in Intel. What am I talking about? This is how I know how ignorant you are. This is what I'm talking about. I just had to fact check myself because I wanted to make sure. Yep, 9.9% of Intel has been nationalized by Donald Trump. $8.9 billion has been nationalized. Made the federal government Intel's largest single shareholder. Shit. It's like these Trump supporters don't even realize how corrupt this shit. Donald Trump is a socialist. Doesn't get much more socialist than that. Doesn't get much. I mean, shit, even Mike Pence is calling Donald Trump a Marxist because of it. Mike Pence is calling Donald Trump a Marxist, which, you know, Everyone throws around the Marxist thing because Mike Pence is kind of dumb too. He doesn't know. It's just a Nazi thing. They helped nationalize things too. They were always using slave labor to help Mercedes-Benz. We'll take the slaves and we'll rent them out to Mercedes, so you can make cars. We'll get the slaves and we'll rent them out to Bosch and Siemens and Ferdinand Porsche and Volkswagen. We'll take the slaves and you use the labor, huh? Socialism. The truth is, socialism can be very, very bad in the hands of the wrong people. That's why you have different flavors like National Socialism and Democratic Socialism. I know it's hard. I know it's hard to understand that there are two different styles, and it's an ancient human tension. But whatever.
All right, so I need everybody in Europe to come to the class and repeat after me. Nothing extends shelf life like refrigeration. Need you to look at something right quick. See,
this is how people like this. They like this whole eggs. They're so disgusting.
when a hen lays an egg,
Like, I mean, does this look? This is like. Oh, I can't wait to eat this.
get. That's it. Get. All right, when they lay one of these right here, there's a protective coating on it called the bloom.
Yeah, bloom. You know what a bloom is, right? Keeps the shit off of it, but there is shit still on
When
it.
the hen lays the egg, if you actually catch him in the act of doing it, I don't know why this won't focus. When you catch him in the act of doing it, it's going to be a little moist on the outside. Then it quickly dries off. That is an antibacterial coating that does protect the inside of the egg. However, here, let me show you something real quick. Yeah, you see that? See, let's open that up a little bit. That is what the egg comes out of.
Yeah, open that up a little bit. People eat what comes out of there. People eat that. That's called a cloaca. That's the asshole, the pee hole, and the egg hole, and the vaginal hole. It's all the same hole for birds. And you eat that.
You know what else comes out of there? Doo-doo! So the poop hole and the egg hole are the same hole. Why does that matter? Well, my European friends, the poop is where you find the E. coli and the salmonella.
That's true. A huge number of eggs in America have salmonella on them, despite our bleaching them.
This is where it gets important to talk about the real big differences between the United States and the various countries that make up Europe, because Europe is not a country, it's a continent, and why we have different food safety regimes when it comes to eggs. It's kind of an old saying that
How many
Americans
people
have no
die
idea
of
how
salmonella
old Europe
every
is,
year?
but Europeans have no idea how big America is. You could fit France inside of our second largest state twice. Why does that matter? Well, America is so big and so
1.35 million salmonella infections, 26,500 hospitalizations, and 420 deaths every year because of salmonella. And there's only a few places to get salmonella, and they're all from someone's butthole.
geographically and climatically diverse that creates a situation where different things grow in different places well. And for a litany of historic and geographic reasons that would take way too long to get into on TikTok, the South, where I am right now, this here is the Commonwealth of Virginia, we're very good at producing eggs. Eggs produced here in...
Wow, you're not really producing them, are you? It's pretty easy to produce eggs. You get a bunch of animals that are genetically similar to one another and confine them into small confines, and then you ply them with tons of grain. It's not that hard. You put them in machines.
And say the southeastern United States need to be able to make the long journey, perhaps as far away as California or Washington State or Alaska or Texas, and need to do so while remaining fresh. To do that, here's what we do in America. We wash the outside of the egg to get any poopies, salmonella, E. coli, other bacteria that you cannot see with your eyeball to get it off of there. And then we refrigerate it to slow the growth of any bacteria that might be on the inside of the egg.
I love, what's funny? These farmers, guys, they're always so keen on telling you the truth. Like if you asked him, he'd go, yeah, and at the end we slit all their throats. He'd be like, yeah, that's what we do. Farmers are proud of this shit. Yeah, we treat them so well. And then what happens when they stop laying eggs? We slit their fucking throats. We sell them to Chick-fil-A.
Because sometimes, like when the egg is laid, before the shell even gets on it, there can be stuff inside of it if you've ever opened up a hen. So
It's true. But how many hospitalizations? It was thousands of hospitalizations, millions of cases. Telling you, if you ever gotten salmonella or ever known anyone with salmonella, you do not care if you went to the hospital or died. You want to die if you got salmonella. Holy shit. Puking and shitting at the same time.
to slow the growth of that bacteria, we put it in a refrigerator, and eggs are maintained in a cold chain so that commodity eggs, if necessary, can make the trip from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean to feed Americans in America. That protective bloom on the outside of the egg is not going to protect you from anything that might already be inside the egg. You have to put this thing in.
What might be inside the egg? Salmonella, because there's shit inside the egg too.
Side of cold storage in order to slow the growth of bacteria and preserve the quality.
There's bacteria inside the egg.
Of the egg from the inside. If you live in France, Italy, Germany, Spain, most of the countries in the EU, most of your eggs are going to be produced in your country, which is teeny tiny, probably the size of one of our mid-sized states at best. So you don't have to worry about how quickly stuff inside the egg might.
Now, that's a little dishonest. So the eggs are not washed in Europe because they think that you're hiding something. Because most eggs are not produced the way this guy's showing. Most of them are in these huge multi-level battery cage hen, like giant buildings, huge structures filled with birds, and the eggs are disgusting. They're covered in shit. They're covered in feathers and shit. So we got to bleach them and wash them. And in Germany, it's against the law because they're like, hey, you're covering it up. You got to sell them the way they are. You can't wash them.
Because you're going to get it before that because your country is so tiny. But here in America, you might as well call this egg Bilbo Baggins because it's got to go there and back again. So yeah, remember guys, here in America, we do a lot of stupid stuff for a lot of stupid reasons, but washing our eggs and refrigerating them is not one of them.
No fucks given. He's kicking these chickens.
Transgender actor Elliot
I love them. I love them like I love my family.
Page has been hilariously mocked whilst out promoting his role as a Greek warrior in the Odyssey.
So why is she being mocked, or why is he being mocked?
You're so smart right now. You're very welcome. Thank you. Just enjoy today, yeah? Just enjoy.
Online commentators were in his.
Looks like a little dude to me. I don't know why people got such a problem with this guy. I mean, being famous, I gotta admit, I kind of miss Ellen Page because I remember, in what's that movie where they're in the dream shit? She's like a dream, or Juno. What's the one where she's got like the dreams and shit? What's it called? Insurrection or some shit? What's it called? Inception. She's a great actor, or why do people hate this person?
Eric's at the footage, with this person saying, "The men of the Odyssey. This is the most hysterical and pathetically DEI visual ever."
Is it DEI? I don't know. Elliot Page, I presume. I haven't seen Elliot Page act in anything. I presume that Elliot Page is just as good an actor as Ellen Page was. I maybe even better because they got their shit sorted out. I don't know. Why are people so upset about this? Can someone tell me why they're upset? Shall we do another poll? Are you upset by Ellen Page and Elliot Page? Is this something that gets you upset? Like, I guess it's such a weird thing. Are you upset about Elliot Page? Why are people so upset? Why is Asmongold like losing his shit about this? You really like Juno? Juno was great. What was that other one? It's called Hard Candy or something. I forget. What was the one where Ellen Page like takes over like a dude's house and tortures him, and that was crazy. I remember that. I think it was called Hard Candy or Rock Candy or something.
The only thing more pathetic is the way the leftist critics are pushing this movie. Think it's going to lose money? I do.
It's going to lose money? I don't know. Has any movie made by Christopher Nolan lost money? Oh, I didn't watch the last season of Umbrella Academy. I thought the second season sucked, so I just...
And this commentator doubled down, hilariously saying, "I taught Homer, withstood 2,800 years. This film won't withstand 2,800.
You taught Homer. Okay, what is Homer was blind, right? He's a poet. You taught Homer, and now you're so close-minded you can't accept that in a movie version of one of his epic poems. This is the Odyssey. I read the Odyssey, and Achilles is barely in it. The ghost of Achilles is in it. It's just a ghost. This person is playing the ghost of Achilles, not Achilles, not Brad Pitt in Troy. The Iliad. There's the Iliad and the Odyssey. They're two fucking books. Why are people so crazy? These ignorant wretches, man.
Days. Nolan has been slammed for the extreme wokeification of the classic after the director included what critics call DEI hires to feature in the film. The official X account of the film was forced.
He's English. Is he a DEI hire? Robert Pattinson, is he a DEI hire? These English fucks.
To turn off comments on their post featuring actor Lupita, who plays both the roles of
Is Lupita Ngoyo, is she a DEI hire? She's playing Troy and I forget what her sister's name is.
Helen of Troy and also Helen of Troy's sister.
Yeah, she doesn't even remember. What is Helen of Troy's sister's name? I forget. What was Helen of Troy's sister's name? Tamandra Filonoi, Clytemnestra, I think is that Clytemnestra. They didn't want to say that. Helen of Troy and Clytemnestra. And they're playing, she's getting played by the same person. I think that's a clever thing because Helen of Troy is impossible to cast because no one's ever beautiful enough to be Helen of Troy. But if you cast Clytemnestra as the same person as Troy of Helen, I mean, pretty cool. Pretty cool idea, Christopher Nolan. Interesting idea. I like it.
Despite being cast as the most beautiful woman in the world in the classic film, Lupita continued to blast the original author, Homer, with some choice words about the women who feature in the story.
I'd be like, so Homer, how do you feel about the screen time given to these women, considering how little you spent with them? Oh, okay.
This commentator slammed them.
Well, it's a story about superhero men going across for 10 years. I mean, there wouldn't be that. I mean, Penelope's barely in it. I mean, Penelope's barely in this movie, or barely in the book anyway. I haven't seen the movie, obviously, but why are people so upset about this? Jesus.
Movie, saying Hollywood is so terrified of its own audience, and it's now locking comments and hiding replies on major trailers because the woke remake is getting absolutely torched. Christopher.
No one's seen it yet, right? Has anybody seen The Odyssey yet? Has anybody seen The Odyssey by Christopher Nolan yet? The first wave of critics have recently seen it following early reactions calling it an epic, sweeping adventure tale, a triumphant, spectacular epic. Okay. It comes out on July 17th. I guess I'll see it next week when everyone's pissing and moaning about how Elliot Page isn't buff enough. Like, what are these guys? They want to jerk off it confuses them. They're like, I don't know if I could jerk off to Achilles anymore because Brad Pitt looks so good in the movie. And I love jerking off to Ellen Page, but now Ellen Page isn't there, but now Elliot Page is playing Achilles. I don't know, man. How am I going to jerk off?
Nolan's The Odyssey's second trailer is getting demolished with 87% dislike ratio and hundreds of thousands of downvotes. The official accounts immediately started locking comments and burying criticism. This isn't smart marketing, it's panic. They know audiences are rejecting the race-swapping rewrite of Western classics.
Race-swapping oh my God, these people are fucking ridiculous. Race-swapping remake. A rewrite. It's a movie based on a poem by a blind poet. Like, Homer says that the ocean is wine red.
And don't want the receipts visible. Hollywood keeps forcing modern updates that trash source material, shove in diversity quotas, and then act shocked when people tune out. Hiding comments just proves they know the product is toxic. If even a prestige project with Nolan and stacked cast.
I think that's seriously what it is, Mason, because Sky, I wanted to have sex with Ellen Page, and now I'm having all these confusing feelings that I don't know what to do. I think that's what it is. They don't know how to process these feelings.
Can't escape the backlash. It's clear that the era of woke blockbusters is hitting a wall. Audiences are voting with their wallets and dislikes. Studios treating fans like enemies to silence only makes the revolt louder. This commentator mocked the outrage, saying, yeah, Homer really needs to check his privileges. And this person agreed, saying the Odyssey is going to bomb. No one wants to see woke garbage targeting and Oscar checking the LGBT++ checkboxes. And it's not only political commentators unloading on the film. The Odyssey has been torched on YouTube with 500,000 thumbs down. But the industry reviews tell another story, with Variety saying the first reactions for the Odyssey are mostly raves, with members of the film press praising Christopher Nolan's spectacular epic and hailing it as a crowning cinematic.
I'm guessing it's going to be awesome. Christopher Nolan even made the Batman movies. I mean, I don't know what people like. I hate Christopher Nolan now because he doesn't hate trans people as much as I do. What? I'm not going to go see it because Christopher Nolan doesn't hate trans people. I'm not going to see it because Christopher Nolan, he likes working with the same. Christopher Nolan literally used to work with Ellen Page. Christopher Nolan made Inception. And so, of course, he wants to work with Elliot Page. Why wouldn't he want to work with Elliot Page? He's worked with Elliot Page before the transition, so why not? They got an existing rapport. Anne Hathaway, oh, she's too old to be Penelope. Bullshit. No, she isn't. She looks great. And again, she's worked with him on several films before. Like these guys, I think everyone in this cast, Robert Pattinson, he's worked with him before in that one about Tenet. Oh, he's built like these idiots. Christopher Nolan has spent his whole career creating a stable of incredible actors and building his own directing chops and navigating the fucked up studio system so that he can get projects like these funded. And still, people are like, they hate on him? Seriously? Like, this is what this is leading to. When you have an auteur like Christopher Nolan, who I think has a couple stinkers, to be honest with you. I don't like all of his movies, but they're all pretty awesome, like pretty good, I guess. Anyway, he builds a stable of actors that he feels comfortable working with. They have a rapport. They work well together. They're able to finish this unsurmountable task of actually building something like a movie. Movies are hard to make. And he does it with grace and aplomb, with a team that he has built over a 30-year career. Like, what year did Memento come out? Like, this is 30 years. This movie's 30 years in the making. What year did Memento come out by Christopher Nolan? 2000. 26 years ago, his first movie came out. So for 26 years, Christopher Nolan has been building a team of awesome actors that he works well with, building relationships with studio heads and financiers. And he finally gets this thing that he always wanted to make done. And people are like, but there's a trans person in it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, he did make the Dark Knight series. He did. He made those Batman movies. It's probably going to be great. It's probably going to be great. It's probably going to be fine. I'm guessing when I see it, I'll probably really enjoy it, and then I'll go home and I'll bitch about certain things about it, just like I did with the Dark Knight movies. That's probably what's going to happen because Christopher Nolan makes good shit. When I saw Tenet, I enjoyed it in the theater. I got home and I was like, some of that stuff. Same thing with Interstellar. I just rewatched Interstellar recently, and I was like, this is still pretty fucking great. It's still pretty damn good. Christopher Nolan. Or what about what's the one with the Dunkirk? Jesus, Dunkirk's a masterpiece. It's so stupid.
Big achievement.
And I've seen people like Asmund Gold, that homophobic weirdo. I've seen that guy living in a house like he's home. Like, have you seen? Disgusting. That disgusting little turd, Asmund Gold. Such a homophobe, such a little weirdo, so insecure. Hates Elliot Page. Can't handle it. Elliot Page is playing the ghost of Achilles. It's gonna be okay. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Is this what they used to look like when you had to pick them?
Yeah, and I used to have to walk behind my mama, and she would have the backpack on her back.
Huh, you would have to walk behind
my mama, and she would have the bag on her back, and I would pick the cotton and put it in her back, and the pack on her back.
That is crazy.
Why? That was a way of life, the way that we lived, the way we had to get
But
our
it was
money.
so close to. I mean, I know you weren't in slavery, but it's just so close to that. You never felt that way?
Never felt that way. I never knew what it meant to be that way because I wasn't taught about that. They didn't talk about it.
So you just was doing it to help make money?
Doing it to help my mama put enough cotton in the bag to be weighed to get paid.
How much were y'all picking?
I had no idea. They just told me to pick cookie, put it in the bag, pick cotton.
There's something so sweet and sad about this, as a little kid, you don't realize that your parents are being exploited. So you pick the cotton just like they did, just like your grandma was there and your mom is there. You're there picking cotton. You're not a slave, but your grandmother used to be a slave.
Put it in the bag, and that's what I did.
And who was y'all picking for?
I wouldn't know the plantation owner's name. All I was doing was help my mother and her mother pick the cotton and put it in the bag.
This was in Butler?
Butler, Georgia.
Is this how it used to be set up when you were doing it?
The people would be in the row and put the bag on their back, and everybody would go down and pick the cotton off the cotton plants. And now I'm 75 years old, and I haven't touched.
Stand over there.
I haven't touched one of these.
But then it used to prick your fingers?
I didn't think about that. I just thought it was so pretty and so small and so soft. I didn't think about that. I was just doing what I was told.
Did y'all ever talk about it later when you got older?
No, never. Never talked about it. I don't know whether it was a good memory for her or a bad memory, but we never talked about me going behind her in those fields, helping her put that cotton in those bags. Because, see, they were doing it as a livelihood, to make money.
And what's your name?
My name is Samaria Bailey.
And where are you from?
I'm from Macon, Georgia.
And when were you born?
1947.
Man, I watched this, and like when she says 1947, so crazy. She was born a year after Donald Trump, 6 months after Donald Trump. She was born. And her experience of America is just very, very different. Donald Trump was born never having to drive a car, never having to worry about anything. This woman was born, if you're a child and you're being pulled through a cotton field and you're picking cotton. Think they paid her? It's just so tragic, you know? I don't know. That thing hits me. It's just when you put into perspective, she was born a year, just literally 6 months after Donald Trump. And her experience of America totally different. So when Donald Trump says, let's make America great again, let's make it back like it was back in the 50s. Because it would have been like 1955 when she was talking about it. Some people were picking cotton for their parents, helping their parents make their quotas. Some people were getting driven around in New York City because their daddy gave them all that money. Anyway, Batman isn't real. Batman isn't real. It's true. Neither is Odysseus. Yeah. Asmongold. You think Asmongold is gay? I think Asmongold. I don't know. Something's wrong with. I don't know. I don't know. Something's wrong with Asmongold. Dude's got some other things going on. Some kind of. That's why they call him an incel, right? There's something going on with him. Jack is the smartest dumb person. Yeah, right. Well, we're all pretty stupid at the end of the day. Being the smartest dumb person, like king of the lungfish. I'm the king of cats. That's what someone told when T.S. Eliot told, when someone said that T.S. Eliot, the greatest poet who ever lived, he said, just the king of cats. Yeah. Arnold Schwarzenegger's not the king of, yeah, the Austrian Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's not the king. You never saw cotton in real life until you were an adult. Wow. Yeah, maybe asexual. That's what I think. Something's just like he's definitely doesn't fall into like the binary, right? He's somewhere outside of the median, right? He's somewhere outside the bell curve. He's over on the fringes. He's not in the standard, the three standard deviations of the curve. Asmongold's somewhere out there. Look how he lives. He's like got cockroaches crawling all over his house. I mean, it's like I watched a video where Emiru went to Asmongold's house, and I wanted to take a shower after watching the video. It was so disgusting. The dude's got no hygiene. Oh, he's got no self pride, no self value. Like it's just no self worth. It's horrible. Anyway, yeah, I thought that was such an interesting little clip, and I just wanted to share that, I guess, and I thought it was really good. Oh yeah, there's one more that I wanted to do, and then we're done. Thank you all for being here. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. This is the Morning Sky Show. It's the #1 news reaction show in YouTube history. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting the content. Thank you for supporting the channel, Sky City Rebels. If you're not a Sky City Rebel, you'll get extra content, extra streams, and extra love in the chat. And Melissa Sweetser and Crazy Jackdaw promoted this. They sponsored this channel today. I have to go and do adult shit today again. I have to take my car into a workshop, so I can't do the members only stream today, and I can't do the guitar stuff again. But tomorrow, I promise, it's Friday. We'll be hanging out a little bit extra tomorrow. You're talking about Asmund Gold a little bit, and I was just like, I guess, like, what do you think about?
What is it like being a 40-year-old autistic woman that still buys toys? Let me tell you, I have been doing a lot of heavy lifting of trying to learn to unmask, learn who I am, who I'm not, what was masking, what was not. Lego, in a lot of ways, helped me discover who I am. You know, it's kind of crazy that a plastic toy can, you know, do that. It's very difficult to explain to neurotypicals the toll that masking takes on somebody. I'm slowly learning to just turn off the noise.
I don't know. Like, I don't think I'm autistic, but I think masking is just code switching. Like, when I'm around rich white people, I talk differently than when I'm around kitchen people. I used to do it all day long. I work in restaurants. I'd be in the back cursing like a sailor, hanging out, speaking Spanish, doing my, I don't know. I would be one of the guys, and then I would go out and be like, "Oh, good evening, sir. How are you this afternoon?" Blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, it's always so funny. People who are autistic, I guess that's something that always, I'm pro, you know, radical acceptance of everybody. I don't think that we need to, I think people are diagnosing themselves all the time is like pretending like we need to cure everybody of everything or something. I think we should just accept people for being different because we're all different. But hey, I'm alone in that, I guess. Most people don't feel that way. But like this whole thing, like, oh, neurotypical, you don't know what it's like masking. I don't know if I'm neurotypical, but I definitely know what it's like masking. I think every black person knows. I think everybody who's ever had a job knows where you got to smile at your asshole boss. Yeah, you're funny, boss. Everybody knows the toll it takes masking, working for a shitty manager, a shitty boss, shitty director, whatever, or a shitty public or shitty customer base, and having to mask. I don't want to kill these people at all. I'm completely neurotypical. Everybody masks. Masking is exhausting. Aren't we all masking? I'm not throwing shade at the autism community at all. But don't fucking tell me you're the only ones that know what it's like. We all know what it's like. Which should mean that everyone should respect autistic people more, because we all know what it's like, and they just got a little rougher, I guess, or something. I don't know. I think we should just be accepting of one another and all of the human shapes and sizes, but whatever. Except for Nazis. Accepting of everyone except for Nazis.
And just embrace who I am, what I love, and that is all that I want for other people, especially those that are autistic. That's why I talk about autism so much. It's okay. It's okay to fully show up as yourself. Not everyone's going to get it. Not everyone's going to accept.
I don't know. I think this woman is like typically beautiful enough to play as much Legos as she wants without everyone batting an eye. And no one's going to bat an eye. She's still totally fuckable. No one's not going to love her because she's wearing Sonic the Hedgehog t-shirt, big cute glasses, and plays with Legos. Oh, the Legos are a deal breaker. She's a 10, but she's plays with Legos. I'm out. I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. Nah, she's not, bro. Bro, she's so hot. But her Legos, I know, I just can't. No.
But there are people out there that will. Yes, I do collect Lego, primarily vintage Lego and vintage toys and vintage and retro gaming consoles, VHS tapes, things like that. And
is that an autism thing? I don't know. I know a lot of people who collect a lot of bullshit. I know people who collect stamps and all. Is everyone autistic? Maybe everyone is autistic. Maybe that's what it is. Women love their toys. I don't know. I think she's charming and cute, but her message is a little, I don't know. Maybe I'm too hard-hearted. Maybe we're all just collecting like I got a comic book collection. I like Star Trek more than other people. Does that mean I'm autistic? Maybe am I autistic?
The funny thing is I did not grow up with Lego, as I said, but I am drawn to older sets made in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s.
But that's always how it is. You're not drawn. If tomorrow you decided I love, I don't know, Spawn comics. You found out about Spawn and you love the character and you're like, you know what? I kind of want those old ones. I want to collect those old ones. They're so cool. Of course you do. Everyone feels that way. Like I like Star Trek. Every once in a while when I'm at a comic book convention and I see like the old comics, because I like the Star Trek comics. Sometimes I see the old ones and they got like Spock and shit from the 1960s. I'm like, man, I want to buy that thing. It's too expensive. I never do. I never bring myself to spoil myself. I never spoil myself. But I totally get it. If you like shit, you want the old stuff. Like I have a couple comics that are definitely worth a lot of money because some people just like Thor. And so they want the first appearance of whatever Thor with the hook on his hand. Or like I have the first appearance of War Machine, who's like the black Iron Man. And there's people that just love that character. Don Cheadle played him in the movie. People love that character. And so that comic now, it's the first appearance in the comic. It's a little bit older. It's from the 80s or 90s. People love it. They want it. It's like a $500 comic. Not because people grew up with Iron Man or War Machine, but because people like it now and they want the older shit. Normal.
Thousands. They're so colorful. They tell a story. You know, there's just something about the simplicity and the play you get from them. The
It's cool to look at the old stuff. I love old Legos and stuff. I ain't fucking a Lego guy. I don't know.
box art is incredible. The packaging, even of those older sets, it's just like. Same with toys. You know, I have always been drawn to He-Man toys. He-Man, you know, was before I was even born.
She's got some kind of filter on her that's warping her background. I wonder why. Is it making her face narrow or something, or neck narrow? She's doing something. There's some filter that's I didn't notice it on the phone, but on the big screen, there's a major warp happening like around this area of her face in the background. Is that because she's autistic? Do autistics have that superpower? Autistics are always telling me about how they got a superpower. What's my autistic superpower? It's my epic fury. It's my epic fury.
Something so powerful about those toys. It's just like, who can see those and not just stop in awe and look at them? But I feel that way about a lot of the older toys. I think the 80s was the golden age of toys and video games and movies. I don't know. Music, all of it. It's just.
Well, you're 40, which means that you might remember a little bit of the 80s. You're nostalgic. That's called nostalgia. It's dangerous because it forces us to look in the past about being as if it were better than today, and it keeps us from working on a better tomorrow. Looking at the past, that's why capitalism always wants to serve us up more nostalgia. Don't you want another Star Wars movie? Don't you want another fucking Top Gun? Don't you want another movie that you loved in the 80s? Oh, He-Man, you want some He-Man? Yeah, we got a He-Man movie coming out just for you. Yeah, it'll remind you when you're a little kid. I want to see the He-Man movie so bad, but I don't want to support it. I want to see it so bad. I'll probably go see it before it's out of the theaters. I want to see it because when I was a kid, I fucking loved He-Man. I fucking loved He-Man when I was like 5 or 6, man. I remember, like, I loved the tiger. I forget the tiger's name. That green tiger. I thought that shit was so cool.
A different time, a different era. And you know what? I say embrace what you love, regardless of age, because joy has no expiration date. Play should not have an expiration date. And you only get old when you stop playing. And I think that there's a lot of truth to that. I feel younger than
One time someone told me everyone knows how to act like a kid. Being an adult is knowing when to act like a kid. And being a well-adjusted adult is knowing when to act like a kid and doing it at the appropriate times. I think that there's a lot of truth to that. What do you think about that? I think that there's something there. Everybody, any asshole can act like a child and be punk rock and be, always the same asshole and be mean to people, whatever. There's people who never grow up, but that's immaturity. You just stay an immature piece of shit. An adult knows when to act like a child or act childish or be childlike. And a well-adjusted adult knows when to do it and does it when it's appropriate. That's what a well-adjusted adult is. That's what a mature adult is. And then that way you could maintain a piece of that wonder throughout your life. That's why we engage ourselves in art and artistic expression and music. I feel kind of like a kid when I'm playing guitar, because although I'm getting better with it over time, I'm never going to be perfect at it. I'm never going to be a great guitarist. I'm always going to be learning new things. I'm always going to learn how to sing, and I'm going to sing things wrong. And I overcome those things. So playing a musical instrument and drawing and writing, all those things are ways that I express myself, but it's also my playtime. But knowing when to play is when to do it. The problem is people don't do that. They go overboard. I don't know about this woman, but there's people that are like, I love Legos, and they make it their whole fucking personality. I don't know if this lady does that, but you know what I mean.
I did in my 20s. I feel lighter in general now that I've just started being myself and just actually embracing all these different things. I think that there's something so powerful about just sitting alone with yourself and just learning more about yourself and the things you love, the things, that you still, need to be honest with yourself about. Toy collecting being one of those for me. I fully know that I'm addicted to the feeling I get when I can build these sets, or, the feeling I get when I pick up this old action figure and just like,
Okay, so that's nostalgia. And the other thing is following directions to their end feels good for human beings, because you're being communicated with by another a human being is designing something and then transmitting code to you, and you follow directions like a blueprint, and then you build the Lego set. There is something fascinating and wonderful about that. It's called, embracing your humanity. There's something there. Leave it to capitalism to turn it into a plastic plaything that costs far too much money. God damn it. You know what? I wanted that Star Trek Lego set, and it was $400. I'm not going to buy a $400 Lego set for the Starship Enterprise. It was so cool, man. They even had like a Ro Laren shuttlecraft that was the free gift after you spend $400 on this fucking thing. You can't buy that thing. I'm not going to spend $400 on a fucking Lego, but I wish I had it, because that's nostalgia, and I get to build so cool. But
or, pop in a gaming cartridge after I blow it. Okay, I can't do hand gestures or anything like that. I forgot. Even, embracing my childish, goofy sense of humor like I did just now. Like, you got to own who you are. You got to just surround yourself with the people who get you.
I don't think this girl's autistic. She's doing a lot of introspection for an autistic person. I don't know. Am I crazy? Maybe I'm being an asshole. If I am, I'm sorry. I just don't trust people on the internet anymore. I don't know who this lady is. I thought this was going to be interesting. I'm sorry.
Even if it's just
I thought this was going to be a cute thing about whatever. I didn't know she was autistic. I guess I should have looked at the title. I just saw autistic. I saw 40 and still plays with toys, and I thought it'd be funny. But she's playing this autistic angle I didn't anticipate, and I feel like, I don't think you're autistic, honey.
No, it's so much better than just trying to fit in with people that they don't care about you anyway. So why do you care about them? Just don't. Just who cares? I'm 40, I'm autistic, and yes, almost my entire house is covered with Lego, and I love every inch of it.
Why does every quirky little cute girl want to call themselves autistic these days? Is this something that, like, okay, she's 40, but 40-year-olds they don't make them like they used to. She's a cute little 40-year-old who claims to be autistic. When did somebody tell you were autistic? Who told you you're autistic? Everyone's autistic these days. Every little quirky chick wants to be like. Do you remember Garden State? What did Natalie Portman have? And what was wrong with Natalie Portman in Garden State? What was wrong with Natalie Portman's character in Garden? God damn it! What was wrong with Natalie Portman's character in Garden State? She had epilepsy, but she was the manic pixie dream girl. Every manic pixie dream girl is autistic now or something. Archetype is a quirky, eccentric, and superficially flawed female character whose main narrative purpose in the film is to serve as a catalyst to help the brooding, depressed male protagonist. Okay. In the movie, she suffers from mental health issues and she struggles with mental health issues and suffers from epilepsy, which requires her to sometimes wear a helmet. Okay, so she doesn't have. Maybe she's autistic. I don't know. Maybe I'm more willing to just say we're all autistic. We're just all autistic.
So yes, I hope that this video inspires someone, especially maybe someone around my age or even younger that's, going through a similar experience where you're, maybe too afraid to just be yourself.
I got it. I don't know what the filter is doing. Why is the filter warping what's behind her? What is she hiding? That's why I don't trust people on the internet, man. This is why I don't trust Graham Platner. I don't trust anybody anymore, man. It all seems inauthentic. This is why I can't. People like Hassan Piker, I don't believe him. I just don't believe him. I just don't believe it's real. Maybe he is real.
Just do it.
Maybe he is real. Maybe he's Israel.
It's fine. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how to end these. I never do. But yeah. Thank you for watching, and I will see you. I mean, I won't ever see you because you're somewhere I can't. You'll see me.
Oh,
maybe if
such an autistic thing to say.
I'm lucky. Okay. Bye.
Like,
What is it like?
I don't want to make fun of her because she's just trying out there. But look how cute this chick is, and she's trying to say that she's autistic and like whatever. Guys, this has been, I never know how to end these things, guys, and I hope that you like me. I hope you like and subscribe, okay? And illegitimate non-carborundum. Illegitimate non-carborundum, and don't let the bastards grind you down because I need you. We need each other, and the animals need us most of all. And Godspeed, rebels. Godspeed. Poetry time. Damn it. I was going to close on that. That would have been funnier if I just closed on that. But sure, we'll do the poetry, of course. Onions by William Matthews. Oh, this is a fun little poem. Onions by William Matthews. You call BS. I don't know, man. If she's got autism, she's got autism. Who am I? I'm just some other asshole. Like, I'm not a fucking doctor. But like, yeah, I just don't trust anybody, man. If someone says they got autism on the internet, I'm like, you were so clever that you put some filter on yourself to change your face. Is that an autistic thing? I think that's not. Makes me think you're not autistic. The real autistic people I've met in my life don't do shit like that. They can't even tuck their shirts in. They can't, like the autistic people that my ex-girlfriend used to teach autistic people as a para-educator. And like those kids were fucking autistic. But now everybody's autistic. Like, I don't know. I feel like it take something away from a kid. If I said I was autistic, and meanwhile, there's another kid over there in the middle of in the corner of the classroom punching himself in the head because there's a loud noise or something. Do I diminish that? Am I appropriating that child's experience? I think I am. I think it's a. Yeah, don't forget to say my OnlyFans. Maybe she is an OnlyFans. I don't know. She probably does. I think there's also some kind of weird fetish thing going on. There's like some fetish thing with disabled girls or something. I think that there's something out there. Like I have heard, because my ex-girlfriend worked with people with Down syndrome and stuff, that there's guys out there that have like a Down syndrome fetish. And maybe there's a whole, like the Manic Pixie Dream Girl thing. She's always flawed and has some kind of thing. She's always hot. She's always autistic. She's always got epilepsy or something like that. And they're going to save you. I don't know. You're going to get an OnlyFans that read Marx out loud. It's great. Autism is a spectrum. I know it is. But because of that, I think that there's a lot of tomfoolery happening. That's, I guess, and even if there isn't, I'm suspect. I'm reluctant to just take people's word on it these days. I just don't take anybody's word for anything anymore. Maybe that makes me a bad person, I guess. I don't know. I don't feel right about it, doubting if someone has autism. If they say they got it, they got it. What do I care? But when you see people trying to make money off of it on the internet, it makes me think a grifter. It's a grifter. It seems like a grifter thing. I don't like it. I don't like when people tell me they feel one way, but they don't. Like Charlie Kirk saying all these things, and it turns out he didn't even feel those ways, Anyway, the poem of the day is Onions by William Matthews. How easily happiness begins by dicing onions. A lump of sweet butter slithers and swirls across the floor of the saute pan, especially if its errant path crosses a tiny slick of olive oil, then a tumble of onions. This could mean soup or risotto or chutney, from the Sanskrit chutney to lick. Slowly, the onions go limp and then nacreous, and then what cookbooks call clear, though if they were eyes, you could see clearly the cataracts in them. It's true, it can make you weep to peel them, to unfurl and to tease from the taut ball first the brittle caramel colored and decrepit papery outside layer, the least recent, the reticent onion wrapped around its growing body. For there's nothing to an onion but skin, and it's true you can go on weeping as you go on in through the moist middle skins, the sweetest and thickest, and you can go on into the core to the bud-like, acrid, fibrous skins densely clustered there, stalking and incomplete, and these are the most pungent, like the nuggets of a nightmare and rage and murmuring animal comfort that infant humans secrete. This is the best domestic perfume. You sit down to eat with a rumor of onions still on your twice washed hands, and lift to your mouth a hint of a story about loam and usual endurance. It's there when you clean up and rinse the wine glasses and make a joke, and you leave the minutest whiff of it on the light switch later when you climb the stairs. Oh man, that's about vagina, right? Everyone got that, right? That's about vagina. I'm pretty sure that's about vagina. It's pretty. Oh, William Matthews' daddy died in 1997, only 30 years ago. William Matthews, born in Cincinnati, Ohio, earned a BA from Yale and an MFA from North Kakalaka and Compton. And during his lifetime, Matthews taught at Wells College, Cornell. We were just talking about that. That's in Ithaca. University of Colorado Boulder. I've been there. The University of Washington, Seattle, and the City College of New York. He served as president of the Poetry Society of America. And Matthews described his poetry's relationship to pleasure. I've been willing to consider the possibility that pleasure in itself, with regard for it as something that lessens our suffering, offers a consolation, a relief. I wanted to be able to avoid a vocabulary that insists on the secondariness or the tertiariness of pleasure. I would like to say that one of the primary reasons for being alive is to experience the pleasure of being alive. I would like to write as if it were a given, to rise and look out the window on a particularly beautiful night, on a summer morning, or on one of those winter mornings when snow has fallen and made the whole of New York City quiet, or you name your favorite such sight, to write of the experience of these things without any instinct to translate them into a relationship to humanism or God or philosophy or any idea, but simply because these impressions or perceptions were part of what it means to be human, and maybe because they are as close as we come to understanding the relationship of the human to the divine. That would be fine. I would love to be able to do that. Pleasure in itself. Pleasure is in itself, and by itself, valuable and important. I like this guy. I don't think I know this poet. It's pretty rare that I don't know if I know this guy, William Matthews. Thanks, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here with the Morning Sky Show. It looks like let's end the last. I thought that poem was really good. The Onion by William Matthews. 80% of you said you were not upset about Elliot Page. That's awesome. I kind of wanted to do a poll about whether or not you guys have read any Charles Dickens, but I was at a book club meeting yesterday, and at the book club meeting, it was it was interesting. We were all talking about the book, and the book has components in it about other books, and in the books that they're talking about are canonical literature, things like Charles Dickens and Arthur Conan Doyle and Jane Eyre, like the Bronte sisters and stuff like that. F. Scott Fitzgerald. And one of the people in there was like, man, I didn't get any of that because I've never read any of those books. Jane Austen, I was like, you never read Jane Austen, but they made movies of all these books. Bram Stoker, there was even a Dracula reference, No, I've never read any of those things. You never seen the Dracula movie or the Pride and Prejudice movie? Like all these canonical literature, these literary pieces have been turned into movies, and okay, they're not the same, but you would get the references, right? I don't know. I kind of glazed over. I'm like, Jesus. Like, they don't teach that stuff in schools anymore. I'm like, what the fuck are they teaching? They don't teach the canon? What the fuck are they teaching? What are kids reading? They're not even reading. Great. That made me sad. All right. Thank you everybody for joining Illegitimate Non-Carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. And I don't know how to end these things. I just don't know how to end these things. But if you do, I'm gonna try to be really cute and say goodbye. Thank you, everybody. And I'll never see you unless you'll see me, okay? And maybe you can see me. And please like and subscribe and also make all the fun stuff happen. Hype a video and share a short, please. I would be really grateful if you would share a short, because sharing shorts is how we grow the channel and make this community larger and have a really robust chat. Okay, thank you. All books are banned. Okay. Well, that makes me sad too. All right. Well, I hope you guys have a great night. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I can't even keep up that act for long. All right. Thank you so much. Like, I don't know how these charlatans keep it going for so long. Like, they fake it long enough that they can, like, just so inauthentic. That's what bugs me about it. I hate the insincerity. Anyway, thank you, everybody. You're awesome. I'll see you on the other side. Peace. Godspeed, rebels. Don't let the bastards grind you down.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.